Chapter 26. Red. The color of blood. He shook his head and felt dizzy. Where am I? Pain shot through his chest and abdomen. He moaned in panic and opened his eyes in a daze. There was still only blood in front of him. Chirin, hold on a little longer. The ambulance is almost here. At this moment, a gentle and familiar voice rang in his ears. He calmed down for a moment. But the next moment, the pain in his chest and the dizziness in his head became more intense. Wu Chirin. The voice became more panicked. You can't die here. You, right? You haven't changed the world. How can you die in a place like this? You haven't even changed the world. How are you qualified to have children with me? Change the world? Have children? His mind cleared up for a moment, and he took a deep breath, feeling much better. Amidst the blood, he endured the pain and forced a smile. Chinibyu is an illness that needs to be cured. The familiar voice seemed to be crying tears of joy. He smiled amidst the pain and wanted to stop the voice and play a joke on her as usual. However, he opened his mouth in a daze. He realized that he could not call out her name. His vision was still blood red, but his body was getting hotter and hotter. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales fell on a patch of grass. He opened his eyes and completely woke up from the blood. Damn it, what's going on? Beside him, the pale blonde man cursed in shock and anger. How did he consume so much blood? His tone was full of surprise and dissatisfaction. Only Thales knew that when the golden-haired man turned into a puddle of blood and brought him away at high speed, Thales found a piece of memory fragment. In the fragment's dream, the boy seemed to have lost control again. This time, the thing that shifted seemed to be a part of the blonde man's blood. Thales looked like he had just come down from a roller coaster. He lay on the ground and coughed. Fortunately, I've experienced motion sickness. Person sickness before at Yodel's place, he thought. He thought, shaking his head to clear his mind of the disturbing crimson. We're almost there. Are your injuries not healed yet? I'm not even familiar with the blood shadow dance anymore. The handsome blonde man muttered and roughly grabbed Thales. It was already dusk. Had the sun really set? It's a little cold. Is this an outdoor place? It was only then that Thales could see clearly that they had landed on a patch of grass beside a dark path. In front of them was a wide manor and a large garden attached to it. There's also a flag fluttering over the iron gate between the garden and the path, but overall the house seemed to be overgrown with weeds, as if the proprietors were not taking care of it. If it was not for the fact that it was not as exquisite, it would be comparable to Mindy's Hall. That flag. Thales narrowed his eyes and saw a strange flower with 3 petals. It was red, blue, and green. Thales recognized the flower. It was the favorite flower of Wu Chirin's first girlfriend. Is this the iris flower? The coat of arms of a noble? Perhaps this is one of the enemies that Gilbert mentioned. Oh no, I've fallen right into the enemy's lair. Let's go. Mortal brat. The blonde handsome man impatiently pushed him towards the manor. Thales' brain began to work and make wild deductions. Looks like this blonde pretty boy knows how to talk. He's not a beast that's hard to tame. Also, judging from the words he left behind when he kidnapped me, I was just going to exercise my muscles. Thank goodness the sun is about to set. Thank goodness he's a rational person. Thales thought of a countermeasure. JC's dagger was sheathed at his waist, but he obviously could not expect to place the dagger on his neck or anything like that. He also could not suddenly cut himself and send a message to Yodel and Gilbert. It would be too obvious and deliberate. Then I can only gather information first. Hey. Thales turned around and shook off the blonde man's hand in dissatisfaction. Look at your noble demeanor and temperament. Shouldn't your words be in line with your words? Pay attention to your manners. The blonde man stopped in his tracks upon hearing those words. Manners? Demeanor? He grinned and deliberately revealed 2 pairs of ferocious fangs. Why should I be polite to food that is destined to enter my stomach? The blonde man purposely ground his sharp fangs in the air. As expected, it's very similar to the creature in my memory. However, Thales only tilted his head and observed the 2 fangs. He then curled his lips in disdain and said, Your attitude towards food is so terrible. It's obvious that you don't have the talent of a gourmet. Your mental state and physical condition will affect the quality of the food. What if your crude method affects the taste of the ingredients? The handsome blonde man was stunned for 3 seconds. The ferocious expression on his face was only halfway done, but he immediately reacted. With your height, you're considered very courageous, mortal brat. He then chuckled. But you're not the first food with guts. If you don't try your luck, you won't be able to escape. So, my flesh is really delicious? Thales showed an expression that said, I see. Then, unexpectedly, he raised his leg and walked towards the manor. The man was just about to carry the cub to the manor when he saw the cub walking in front of him. Facing the food that seemed to have no intention of escaping, he even disdained to call it prey. The puzzled blond man wanted to reach out and scratch his head. Halfway through, he felt that it was not appropriate, so he could only put his hand down and quickly followed Thales at a speed that humans could see. Not flesh, just blood. You should have been injured recently, right? The smell of blood wafts everywhere. TSK, it smells so good. I really want to take a bite first. The two continued to walk forward. Then how are you going to eat me? Bite raw or suck my blood directly? Where do you start? What about the seasoning? The Tuval family likes to bite raw. They enjoy the howling of their prey. We usually suck blood directly. There are 2 types, neck feeding and wrist feeding. As for seasoning, wait, why am I telling you this? Mortal brat. The blond man stopped and looked suspiciously at Thales, whose words and actions were obviously not like a 7-year-old child. I'm destined to be food, right? Isn't it a virtue to be polite to food that is voluntarily sacrificed? Besides food that is in a good mood, maybe the taste of blood will be better. Ew, as food, you're really weird. Don't tell me that you think you can make me let you go like this. It's a rare delicacy. Of course it's rare in the world. Come, don't stop. Let's keep walking. May I know your name? Sir? Little brat, why are you asking this? Do you want revenge? The blond man stopped again. His suspicions and vigilance towards the strange boy in front of him grew. With your skills, it won't be easy to find you for revenge. Also, since you're going to eat me, you should at least let me know your name, right? Don't you think it's rude to call me, hey? You're not an illegitimate child without a surname, are you? You should at least have a name. The blond man's pride seemed to be hurt by the last sentence. He replied proudly, My name is Istron van Lika List Corleone, head of the 7 branches of the Night Kingdom, first-class blood descendant knight of the Corleone family. Come, let's keep walking. So why do you call me immortal? A human with a lifespan of less than 120 years is not immortal? Even a young brat like you has at most 90 years left to live. Istron said scornfully. So you're, immortal? Much longer than us? Of course, the lifespan of the Blood Clan is endless. How can a lowly mortal imagine it? Thales quietly absorbed all the information into his mind. Istron Corleone long-lived species, short-lived species. Night Kingdom, Corleone family. The superior Blood Clan. And the most important thing is that he doesn't seem to be interested in why I'm in Mindy's Hall. This might be my only way out. Oh, I almost forgot. He's planning to eat me. Thales and Istron walked into the manor. The boy narrowed his eyes. 2 fierce-looking men wearing red headscarves walked towards them from the entrance. Blood Bottle Gang? Why are they here? Say, why did you stop here? Can't you just fly in? If it wasn't for the Blood Shadow dance. Ahem. The handsome young man Istron suddenly realized that the mortal cub beside him could understand his words. He cleared his throat in a rather gentlemanly manner and continued to speak indifferently. If it wasn't for the fact that this is not our territory, I would have flown in as well. But we are guests after all. Naturally, we need to maintain respect and politeness towards the host. A mortal who values manners, Thales thought to himself. 2 members of the Blood Bottle Gang walked forward and looked at the 2 people, one big and one small, with unfriendly expressions. Who are you? But Istron furrowed his brows and his face turned cold. He interrupted them in disdain. Get lost, inferior mortal. Thales' face twitched. He decided to take back his words. A few minutes ago, after they suffered a crushing defeat in the one-night war, Nikolai the Red Viper, who was one of the few people in the Blood Bottle Gang who managed to rush back to the capital city day and night, was one of the leaders of the Blood Bottle Gang. He was the leader of the 8 great psionic warriors. He spent the entire day after the war in anxiety. At the very least, before the other 3 psionic warriors and the blood mystic, who had gone into hiding for a long time, rushed back to the capital city, he had to hold the fort. First, he had to deal with the aftermath of the one-night war. Other than a grand explosion, the air mystic had disappeared without a trace. His personal bodyguard, the lunatic with the sword, was lying together with Ralph. His upper body was almost cut open. That was why Nikolai had to confirm whether the Brotherhood's 3 great assassins, especially Black Sword himself, were in the capital city before he could travel with peace of mind. In truth, Tinker, who had escaped from Red Street Market, had always felt that he was overthinking things. Even if Black Sword was in the capital city, he would most likely not take a liking to him. Tinker and Numino were one of the few Blood Bottle Gang's strongest 12 who had escaped Motherf Asterisker. As expected, only cowards survived to the end. They did not speak in detail about what happened in Red Street Market. Other than fear, there was panic. Nikolai immediately gave up on trying to find out the truth. As for the Air Mystic's revenge, he would wait for the Blood Mystic to return before deciding. After losing Red Street Market, which they had been operating for a long time, the Blood Bottle Gang's morale suffered a great blow. Many of the ordinary gang members began to waver. Customers, whether they were nobles, merchants, or secret companions, all expressed that their deep friendship with the Blood Bottle Gang would never waver. At the same time, they greatly reduced their business dealings and even withdrew their funds. There were even some who reneged on their contracts halfway through. F***ck him. Calm down. You must calm down. The debt of blood will be repaid. In the other districts of the capital city, the Blood Bottle Gang's morale was low. In the face of the Brotherhood's lower-class people, they retreated step by step. One could imagine that when the news spread to the whole country, the struggle between the various branches would show the same appearance. Secondly, one of the main supporters behind the Blood Bottle Gang, the Covendier family, who had the tricolor iris flower as their family emblem, was indifferent even after knowing that they had suffered a crushing defeat. They did not send reinforcements or comfort them. They did not even see a single copper coin to comfort them. What Nikolai hated the most was that even though they had done so much dirty work for him in the whole country, at the critical moment, that Knight of Eradication called Seychelles did not even let him enter the Duke's manor. Even so, at noon, he gave Nikolai a mission to investigate the theft case in Mindy's Hall. Theft case? Damn it. Which part of his body looked like a police officer and a private detective? Was it not enough for him to cut it off? Speaking of police officers, Nikolai could not restrain his anger. Damn it. That big cop from the Western District Police Station, whose name is Lorbeck or Lockerbie, usually looks all smiles. During the critical moment of the one-night battle, he did not send reinforcements. What happened to the promised cooperation between the police and the people? Forget it. Nikolai suppressed his displeasure. When he asked for a few corpses, he even used all sorts of excuses. The funniest thing was that he actually pretended to be an emissary of justice. After receiving so much from them, he now came to uphold justice? What were you doing earlier? Talking about justice in front of Nikolai? Which part of his body looked like a good person? Was it not enough for him to cut it off? Damn it. If it was in the past, Nikolai would have dared to go to his house tonight, strip his wife, and hang her on the Western District Gate to be used as a doorbell. Also, Nikolai was going to solve this matter now. The 3 vampires from the Covendier family were actually thrown by the tricolor iris flower at the Eastern District branch of the Blood Bottle Gang. Actually, Vine Manor was also the Covendier family's property. To properly entertain them, did you think that they were entertaining lost puppies? They needed the blood of 10 people a day, and they even asked for super-class experts and above. All right, I might as well find Black Sword, knock him out with a club, tie him up, and send him over. I've already sent over many of the Blood Bottle Gang members that I usually find unpleasant to my eyes, but I still feel that it is not enough. I have to lower my voice and beg that big cop for corpses. Which part of his body looked like an animal breeder? Was it not enough for him to cut it off? The most annoying thing was that the group of vampires did not have many people. They had a bad temper and were bossy. They looked at Nikolai as if he was a puppy. With such a bad mood, Nikolai brought his entourage and walked in a Vine manner at night. He waved at the Blood Bottle gang members, who also had a bad expression, as a greeting. He walked into the stone staircase of the manor's main building. The faint cries and screams that came from underground made Red Viper's already terrible mood even more agitated. Nikolai forced himself not to think about the blood food in the dungeon, especially since many of them were his former colleagues and subordinates. His face was ashen as he walked to the second floor. He pushed open the wooden door of the main hall and looked at the few people in front of him with a displeased expression. To be exact, he was looking at two people and their food. A beautiful, fair-skinned woman with a red ponytail, sexy and seductive. She was dressed in a noble's riding attire. She gently pushed away a man with a dazed look. The seductive woman licked the blood stain at the corner of her mouth and flashed a charming smile at Nikolai. She then extended her index finger and wiped away the blood stain that flowed from the corner of her mouth to her chin. The man who was pushed away seemed to be a commoner who had been kidnapped. At that moment, his eyes were dazed and his skin was deathly pale. He fell to the ground and twitched. His breathing became weaker and weaker. It seemed that he was not going to live. There were at least 7 or 8 corpses in the hall that had died from excessive blood loss. Dried blood was everywhere. Fresh blood dripped on the floor and on the table. It was incomparably terrifying. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the hall, there was a white-haired old man who was similarly dressed. He had his hands behind his back and seemed to be waiting for the moon to rise. Ayaya, a gentle voice came from the woman's mouth. Her eyes lit up. Have you sent us delicious food? Are there 20 people? Are there super classes? Are there virgins? Are there young ones? These damned vampires. Did they go out to hunt for living people again? Miss Rolana, Mr. Chris, I was just about to tell you. Nikolai endured the displeasure and disgust in his heart and said to the 2 blood breeds with dissatisfaction, the 20 corpses that were sent this afternoon was already the limit. Our blood bank does not have that many. When he mentioned the blood bank, he remembered the wailing in the dungeon. Even Nikolai could not help but feel disgusted. Oh, the seductive Rolana giggled. As the corners of her mouth curled up, a dangerous gaze gradually appeared in her eyes. Can the blood of those corpses be eaten? What we need is the blood of living people. Otherwise, when I see the people of your blood bottle gang coming and going, I can't help it. Rolana revealed the fangs under her lips and struck a charming pose. Her index finger gently touched the fangs. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamp, coupled with a bloody background, there was a strange and ferocious beauty. Nikolai suppressed his anger and lowered his head as he said softly, My 3 honored guests, please understand. Eternal Star City is the capital after all. Our ability is limited, Ayaya, but that is not what the young and cute Duke of Iris Flowers said. We can have as many people and blood as we want. If he knew that his loyal dog treated his guests like this, would he not give you bones to eat? Ha! Loyal dog? Bones? Damn it! Listening to the strange humiliation and condescending sarcasm, then thinking of the Duke of Iris Flowers' attitude after losing the Battle of Red Street Market, as well as the anger he suffered for the day, Nikolai only felt a fire burning in his heart. Damn bitch, there are no living people. Nikolai did not care about the bloodstains on the table. He fiercely slammed his palm on the table and roared uncontrollably. Don't think that I don't know. You vampires only need the blood of the dead to live. You don't need the blood of the living at all. It is not like 500 years ago anymore. I have risked my life to send so many living people and corpses here. There is even a superclass among them, and I have not King messaged enough. If you want to eat, eat. If you don't, get lost. I'm not that easily intimidated. At most, we will just split up. We will pull out our men and fight. We are Constellation's blood bottle gang. The blood debt must be paid gang. We are not some Covenanter who died for his friend's gang. There was silence. Only the Red Viper's angry panting could be heard in the hall. Even the followers behind Nikolai were so frightened that they took a step back. In the next moment, Rolana's expression changed. She bared her fangs, and her expression became ferocious. Her originally seductive voice that sounded like she was acting coquettishly became fierce and wild. Lowly mortal, for the sake of your master, I'm being courteous. The blood of corpses? You can survive by drinking water, eating vegetables, and eating rotten meat every day. Why do you still eat meat and drink wine? Risking my life. That half-dead superclass in the prison is just you abusing your position to avenge a personal grudge. You want us to help you solve your internal affairs. Talking to the Corleone family about blood debt must be paid. I can immediately let you taste the blood debt. The anger in Nikolai's eyes burned even more fiercely. He gritted his teeth and abruptly pulled open his scarlet coat. The ferocious Rolana shouted and instantly jumped onto the chandelier above her head. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws like a feline. At the critical moment when both sides were ready to fight, the old man who had been looking out the window finally turned around. Rolana, pay attention to your manners. Mr. Nikolai, there is no need to be like this. If we fall out, the one who will be embarrassed is Duke Zan. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone in the hall. Chris Corleone, the white-haired old man, suddenly appeared in front of Nikolai. Before the leader of the Blood Bottle Gang could react, the white-haired Chris nonchalantly stretched out his hand and patted the Red Viper's shoulder. This move suppressed the Red Viper's anger. Rolana landed on the ground and returned to the image of a seductive young married woman. She laughed softly, but her eyes were still fierce. Sorry, they are still young and do not know how to control themselves. Chris's gaze was obscure. His wrinkled face was filled with darkness and silence. Young? Nikolai cursed in his heart. How can a monster who does not know that he is hundreds of years old say that he is young? But he still suppressed the anger in his heart. The situation was unforgiving. Although the old monster in front of him looked sickly, the move he had just shown, with his abilities, he did not have full confidence that he could deal with him. How about this? Everyone has worked hard these few days. We will settle the food ourselves. His tone was lifeless, and Chris's gaze was like a dead man's. Settle it ourselves? According to the personality of this group of vampires, going out to hunt for food would cause trouble sooner or later. But isn't that exactly what I want? Let's go. Nikolai waved his hand indignantly and said, Withdraw all our brothers. Oh, not a single person is staying? I still want to apologize. Rolana seductively laid on the blood-red dining table and returned to her coquettish tone. No need. Nikolai turned his head and said fiercely, Lest Miss Rolana cannot hold back anymore. The Blood Bottle Gang's thugs followed behind Nikolai and stepped down the stone stairs. No one felt sorry for leaving this disgusting manor. For a moment, only Rolana's strange laughter and the sound of blood dripping could be heard in the hall. Nikolai walked far away. Rolana suddenly fell from the table. Her face was full of frost and sternness. Did he discover something? Chris shook his dead man's head. From afar, it looked like a white chess piece swaying. This guy did not, but Covendier definitely felt that something was amiss. After all, such a large amount of blood is enough to feed a blood descendant knight. Rolana lowered her head, but it is still far from enough. Just now, I wasted another one to put on an act. I will go hunt again later. Fortunately, we have chased away the Blood Bottle Gang as planned. This could buy us some time before we are exposed. Chris's head suddenly turned 100 degrees to the back of the window. His nose twitched. Istron is back. He also brought... this smell is really fragrant. It is a blood source of superior quality and above. His figure reappeared in front of the window. The moon was out. Nikolai led the Blood Bottle Gang members out of the manor angrily. These damned vampires. That pretty boy vampire is back. Didn't he go to Mindy's Hall with the mercenaries in the afternoon to look for the secret treasure? So, they also know how to walk and go through the main entrance. Nikolai thought that the Blood Clan's method of traveling was the same as what he saw before. They would turn into a pool of blood and then whiz around. That pretty boy also brought a little one with him? Damn it, did he also go hunting? Looking at his attire, he looked like a child from a noble family, but his body was covered in injuries. No, that child didn't look like he was being held hostage. Judging from their pace, it seemed like they were in cahoots. That's right, I have to ask about the theft at Mindy's Hall. While Nikolai was still thinking, Istron and Thales walked side by side into the manor. The prince saw the group of Blood Bottle gang members walking out from afar. Thinking about the iris flower flag above his head, Thales knew that things were not going well. But he also knew that he had to remain calm at this moment in order to find a chance of survival in this narrow road. Istron looked straight ahead, as if he did not care about the Blood Bottle gang members beside him at all. Nikolai waved his hand, and the Blood Bottle gang members stopped in their tracks, waiting for Istron to come over. However, the handsome blonde Blood Clan member only snorted softly through his nose. He turned his head to the side and walked past the Red Viper without the slightest intention of talking. However, the blonde Blood Clan member was displeased to find that the human brat beside him, who was not even as tall as his waist, also walked with his head held high. He snorted and turned his head to the side at the same time as him. Then he walked past Nikolai with his nostrils raised. What's going on? A dog relying on its master's power? Istron decided that when he returned, he would properly deal with this brat who liked to pretend to be ignorant. Only Thales knew that at this moment, he was forcefully suppressing his heartbeat and pretending to be calm. Nikolai's anger surged again. Hey, pretty boy. The Red Viper blocked Istron's path in annoyance. Have you done what the Duke ordered you to do? Nikolai looked at the handsome Blood Clan member in front of him with an unfriendly tone. The Duke? Thales cursed inwardly. Istron raised his eyes and looked at the human who blocked his path with disgust. The stolen treasures of Mindy's Hall. Do you still remember? You even took away 4 teams of mercenaries. Feeling Istron's gaze, Nikolai was filled with anger. He walked in front of Istron's nose and said loudly, You should have gotten something right, pretty boy. Pretty boy. Damn mortal. Anger surged in Istron's heart. His original plan was to trick the 20 mercenaries out, then split up and kill them one by one. He would then bring them back to the manor as a source of high-quality blood. Who would have thought that they would all die in the hands of the strange masked man in Mindy's Hall? But the theft at Mindy's Hall, after all, it was the Duke of Tricolor Iris Flowers who requested it. I still have to say something. Istron turned his head towards Thales. No one knew that Thales' heart at this moment was as cold as ice. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Calm down. The prince said to himself, I have to save myself. His brain was spinning madly. Information and elements flashed back and reorganized at lightning speed. Istron lowered his head and looked at the prince, thinking about how to speak to Nikolai so that he would not embarrass himself in replying to this damned mortal. Nikolai looked at Istron's arrogant head in annoyance. He also followed the latter's gaze and turned towards the little boy beside him. Hey, kid, Istron said indifferently. Everyone looked towards Thales. At that moment, Thales took a deep breath. According to that Shinibu, I am the man who wants to change the world. How can I die here? Then, everyone present saw the 7 or 8-year-old boy's expression turn cold. Before Istron could say his next sentence, he shouted, Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Istron was stunned for a moment. Why is this brat so respectful? But before he could react, the situation in front of him changed again. Thales took a step forward without hesitation, and like a loyal guard, he stood between Istron and Nikolai. Then, under the bright moonlight, everyone heard the little boy with the irritating expression shout at the leader of the Blood Bottle gang, the Red Viper Nikolai, in a childish voice. He was the leader of the 8 psionic warriors, and he was filled with disgust and disgust. Red Viper. Get lost. A lowly mortal. The noble Lord Istron Corleone does not need a lowly stray dog like you to meddle in his affairs. It was a large chapter of 8,000 words. It was not good to cut it anywhere, so he decided not to cut it and post it at all. Chapter 27. No one could react in time. They were all stunned. Nikolai was still in shock, but he realized that Thales was shouting at him. Wild, wild dog. The Red Viper's expression changed from puzzlement to shock, and finally to embarrassment and anger. "What did you say? Damn little bastard." One of the Blood Bottle gang members poked his colleague beside him and made an expression that said things are not good. The handsome Istron reacted to the situation. His expression became very interesting and rich. Twitching and trembling flew at the same time. His expression was one of embarrassment. This little bastard can really act. Is he a character in a play in Dark Knight Temple? Nikolai clenched his fists. He could feel his subordinates exchanging glances with each other. Their boss was humiliated by a child under the command of a vampire. This bastard, how dare he? How dare he? Even the blood mystic, who was known for her cruelty and brutality, did not humiliate him like this. Anger spread to Nikolai's brain. He glared at Istron fiercely, as if he wanted to dig out a piece of flesh from his face. In Nikolai's opinion, he was fulfilling his duty by asking about the progress of the mission on behalf of the Duke. However, what did that pretty boy do? This damn vampire. He turned his head and gestured to his little follower. Then, the little bastard took a step forward in tacit understanding. With that infuriating expression, he told Nikolai to scram, lowly wild dog. After listening to the little bastard's words, the expression on the vampire's face was that of a sinister grin. He was enjoying the pleasure of humiliating him. I was threatened by the big green skin, rejected by the tricolor iris flowers, forced by the damn vampire. And now, this little bastard, Thales looked at the gradually changing expression of the leader of the Blood Bottle gang in front of him. While he was still considering whether he should add more ingredients, he saw his vision blur. The Red Viper had used his lightning-fast speed and skill to grab his neck with one hand and lift him up from the ground. Thales immediately felt that his breathing was not smooth. This was not the first time he was strangled. Thales held his face. Just like last time, he reached out to grab the strangler's right hand. But this time, he only felt that he was grabbing a piece of steel-like skin. Nikolai's beard grew larger in front of his eyes, his ferocious expression trembling as his mouth opened and closed. The Red Viper stared at the vampire in front of him. "Pretty boy, your little pet." But before he could finish, a karate chop suddenly appeared in front of him. Nikolai had no choice but to let go and retreat instantly. Boom! The two of them stood still. With a gloomy expression, Nikolai caught Istron's hand blade that was aimed at his head from the side. "Since you know that it's my pet, don't move," the blonde Istron said with a disgusted expression. "Mortal!" Thales fell to the ground out of thin air. Out of habit, he began to cough dryly. He swore to himself that he would never let anyone choke him again. That feeling was too painful. The Blood Bottle gang members around them became nervous. Many of them had unfriendly expressions as they placed their hands on the weapons at their waists. "Pretty boy." Nikolai's face was already expressionless, but Thales could feel his gloomy mood slowly rising. The Red Viper let go of the Blood Clansman's hand and slowly enunciated each word clearly. "Why don't you try calling me that again? This mortal isn't fast, but his combat instincts and experience aren't bad. He actually managed to grab my right hand. Even if I can suppress him in terms of speed, I still need to be more cautious when dealing with such a person. I can't tell that he's already in elite, close to supreme class." Istron's heart sank as he thought about his next move. What's with that unhappy expression? Istron's gaze sharpened. Did I say something wrong? "You!" In the next second, the blonde noble suddenly shouted angrily. "Mortal!" Before he could finish speaking, Nikolai's fist and Istron's palm met in the air. In Thales' eyes, the world seemed to have stopped the moment the fist and palm met. But in the next moment, the sound and the air seemed to ripple at the same time. Asterisk bang. Asterisk when time seemed to flow again. The gust of wind brought about by their fight suddenly blew past Thales' face, forcing him to close his eyes. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk another 2 gusts of wind blew past him. Thales rolled with his eyes closed and moved a few meters back to avoid the gust of wind around Istron and Nikolai. "You're using this kind of speed?" The blonde Blood Clansman laughed strangely and moved again. Knowing that he was not fast enough, Nikolai clenched his teeth and threw his next punch. Istron's figure moved like a ghost, moving from one fixed frame to the next. Nikolai's figure was like a continuous mechanical wheel, moving at high speed and becoming increasingly fierce. Both of them looked fanatical and exchanged 6 blows in an instant. The gust of wind brought about by their fists and palms forced the Blood Bottle Gang members around them to raise their arms to block. They were unable to intervene. Thales remembered the fight between Jayla and Ralph when they were moving at extreme speeds. However, that was a battle of agility and dexterity. The opponent before him now was more like a battle of explosiveness and strength. Istron's figure moved a step back, while Nikolai's left foot moved a step back. They stared at each other fiercely. That's not right. Why is this mortal from the gang moving faster and faster? In the end, he actually managed to keep up with my speed? This was Istron frowning. Oomph. What a slippery vampire. My next move will make you fall. This was Nikolai with a ferocious expression. At that moment, both of them had solemn expressions. They could feel the difficulty and tenacity of their opponent. The next exchange of blows came without warning. Vampire! Nikolai roared furiously. His red coat fell to the ground, and his body rotated evenly. As the blood vessels in his right arm bulged, he threw his right fist, which was equally bold and fast, at the Blood Clansman's chest. Mortal! Istron snorted in disdain. Immediately after, he bared his fangs furiously, and a bloody mist appeared around his body. His figure flickered between reality and illusion. The fingers of his right hand turned into visible, sharp claws. He opened his palm and sliced through the air to grab Nikolai's throat. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Imitating the actions of the Blood Bottle Gang members around him, he quickly raised his arms in front of his body to block. He was prepared to receive the next blow, which could also be the most powerful gust of wind. Both parties' attacks, which had accumulated their strength, intersected in the air. Thales shut his eyes tightly. However, the expected gust of wind and loud noise did not come. Since we've already greeted each other, an old voice said leisurely, "Let's disperse." Thales slowly opened his eyes. Istron's sharp claws and Nikolai's heavy fists were caught tightly in the hands of an old noble with a face as pale and gloomy as a dead man's. The strength and energy from before seemed to have dissipated silently in the old man's palm, just like that. That wasn't right. Even if he managed to block their attacks, there should be a buffer and inertia, right? How could such a level of intersecting power be soundless? Thales thought in shock. The old man turned his head left and right to look at both of them. He saw that Istron's expression was one of indignation, while Nikolai's expression was one of wariness and surprise. A Lamiter, the Red Viper, thought to herself. This was an expert in the Lamiter realm. This was a strength that only vampire counts, or even marquises, possessed. There weren't many of such people even in the upper 6 branches of the Blood Clan in Grand Banquet Hill. The old man flashed an ugly smile and let go of his hands in an instant. The two people who were fighting each other tacitly took a step back. "Mr. Nikolai, there is no need to compete with young people. Please leave." His dry lips opened and closed like a puppet. Nikolai looked at his subordinates around him and saw that their faces were filled with fear and nervousness. Damn it, today is really unlucky. He understood a little. If the Blood Mystic did not return, everything with the Blood Bottle Gang would not go smoothly. It looks like I have to personally go to Steel City and invite her back at all costs. Nikolai snorted fiercely. He looked at the old man, then at Istron, who was still provoking him with his gaze. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good, good, good. I hope that the Duke and his Knights of Eradication will be as good-tempered as I am." The redness on Nikolai's face had not disappeared, but he did not say anything else. He waved his hand and left with the others. "Little bastard, when they suck all the blood in your body." When Nikolai walked out of the manor, he turned around and glared at Thales. His tone was full of viciousness. "Don't scream too miserably." He took the jacket handed to him by his subordinate and put it on. The people from the Blood Bottle Gang left the manor. Thales quietly exhaled in his heart. He had muddled through. He had muddled through the matter at Mindy's Hall. He was temporarily safe. However, the strange old man's next words made Thales' heart rise again. So, young friend, I guess you should be related to their mission at Mindy's Hall, right? Chris Corleone turned his head around like a puppet. His wrinkled lips parted, and he smiled. Tricolor iris flowers and blood bottle gang seem to be very interested in you. So, you're saying that on the second day after you brought him here, you, Count Gilbert Casso, His Majesty's most trusted attendant, the former Foreign Affairs Minister, the leader and signatory of the Fortress Treaty, and you, His Majesty's most reliable secret protector, the nameless man Yodel Cato, whose background even I do not know. This was a mature female voice. After the sun had set, it rang from the roof of Mindy's Hall. Just like that, His Majesty's only child and heir was lost. Gilbert and Yodel lowered their heads slightly in front of this mature and steady 40-year-old black-haired, charming woman who was dressed in the standard green and blue uniform of a first-class female official. Even though I was prepared for this person's arrival, I really did not expect to meet her under such circumstances, Gilbert thought to himself. Once he thought of her special and awkward identity, Gilbert felt a headache. It was probably the same for Yodel, who was beside him. "Yes, Madame Gines," Gilbert said quietly. His tone was full of hatred and regret. Yodel did not make a sound, but he slowly clenched his left fist. "You have been searching around for an hour, and you did not find any clues?" "Yes, Madame Gines," Gilbert said in shame. The gears on Yodel's mask turned. "Then, the only thing we can rely on—" Madame Gines pointed at the lamp in her hand. With a sarcastic and angry tone, she said unhurriedly, "Is this broken lamp and the small tinder in Yodel's arms?" "Yes, Madame Gines." It was still the pitiful Gilbert. Gines did not say anything else. She stared at them with a displeased expression for a very long time. Gilbert's heart sank further. After a long while, Gines finally spoke through her nose. "Humph." She closed her eyes and slowly said, "His Majesty's 48th birthday is near. His Majesty's 48th birthday is just around the corner. I'm sure that the 6 great clans are going all out. They want to force His Majesty to agree to appoint a crown prince from among the nobles, be it in the form of adopting a son or adopting a son. And that child is our only hope in the darkness." Gines took a deep breath, opened her eyes, and enunciated each word clearly. "In the end, all of you made him. Throw away." Gilbert and Yodel lowered their heads even more. Men are really unreliable. Gines placed the bloodline lamp on the ceiling of the hall and exhaled in disdain. "Come, mobilize everyone. We will start searching from the scene of the child's disappearance. Even if that child is really as smart as you say, we cannot just wait for that lamp. This will only prove our incompetence and cowardice." Under the night sky, the charming and mature female official suddenly turned her head around and roared angrily in a reprimanding tone. "Why are you still standing there?" It was only then that Gilbert and Yodel seemed to have suddenly snapped out of their stupor and walked forward. "You two useless men, you'd better use some care for me." Istrone made Thales sit on a chair in the inner hall of the manor. He swallowed hard and moved his but a little to the side, away from the sticky red. If one ignored the dried corpses that could be seen everywhere in the hall, the dried and wet bloodstains on the dining table and the floor, and the 3 people in front of him who were obviously not normal people, this place was pretty good. The prince looked at the man, woman, and old man in front of him and smiled awkwardly and in a friendly manner. "It really is an excellent blood source. This fragrance. Oh my God, Istrone, looks like I have underestimated you in the past. I thought you just went out for a walk with that group of humans." The sexy woman with the red ponytail was so excited that her eyes shone. She bent down and scrutinized Thales carefully. Thales only opened his mouth and smiled foolishly. His instincts told him that other than showing friendliness and cooperation, it was inappropriate for him to do anything else right now. He also thought about secretly cutting his hand, but he was certain that these 3 people's sense of smell toward blood was definitely more sensitive than Morris Angry Wolfhound. Istrone's heart skipped a beat when he heard his cousin's words. Fortunately, as a member of the Blood Clan, he would not blush. However, he still hesitantly extended his hand and pulled Rolana, who was almost drooling on Thales, back a little. In his heart, he had already raised the level of suspicion and danger of that brat to the same level as the merfolk in Crystal Wall City and the priestess of Sunrise Temple. Rolana, be careful. There's something wrong with this brat. It's best not to talk too much with him. If it were up to me, we should just connect the blood extractor and the feeding tube and lock him in a coffin, the golden-haired blood clansman said awkwardly. The target that the Duke of Iris Flowers deliberately pursued lives in the heavily guarded property of the royal family. He orders the first-class blood clan knights of the Corleone family around without even realizing it. The deathly still old man said quietly. Beside him, Istron turned his face away awkwardly. Of course there's something wrong with this brat. At the very least, we have to dig out the secrets from his mouth. I'm good at this. Rolana lay on the dining table to Thale's left and licked her lips at him. Make a small cut on his wrist and hang him upside down. While interrogating him, he can also satisfy his cravings. Not a single drop will be wasted. I heard from my mother that this is what the Loraloa family does. Istron hesitated for a moment. Chris the butler had left an indelible shadow in his life as he grew up, and the old man's merciless reprimand just now had severely damaged his confidence. However, Istron still muttered, I think it's better to just get rid of him. With our current situation, I have a feeling that this brat will bring us trouble. Shut up, idiot. The old man, Chris, rudely interrupted Istron. If this young man did not have such a personality, with his skills, how could he still be a mere blood clan knight of the Corleone family for 300 years? A smart person like Rolana would have become a blood clan baron a long time ago. Due to the old man's accumulated power, the blonde noble took a step back in fear, but was already too late. A thought flashed in Thale's mind. With our current situation, Thales acutely grasped this information. So, their situation is not too good? First of all, if they were mercenaries or allies of the Duke and completed the mission, at least the commission and reward would have been provided by the employer, right? How is it not good? Second, they did not hand themselves over to the Blood Bottle Gang immediately. This could be interpreted as them competing with the Blood Bottle Gang for credit in front of their common Duke. But judging from Istron's words, they did not even have the intention to hand themselves over to the Duke. So, are they planning to get the secret out of my mouth? Enjoy it themselves? Then there are not many explanations left. They are not the Duke's mercenaries or allies, but another independent force. This might be where my chance of survival lies. After the old man reprimanded Istron, he did not say anything. He only stared at Thales, giving him great psychological pressure. The boy knew that he could not remain silent anymore. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try based on my previous reasoning. Thales chuckled. I say, maybe we can sit down and talk. Then we can exchange information. Who knows, we might coincidentally find out that we are actually allies. Chris' expression became even more gloomy. His eyes flashed like a framed skip, and he suddenly stood 1 inch in front of Thales. There was not even a gust of wind. Thales' heart thundered. I'll just treat it as if I'm watching a horror film. And it's a 4D one. This is a good suggestion, young sir. Let's exchange information. Chris flashed an ugly smile again. The way he addressed Thales reminded him of Gilbert, and his words made Thales feel relieved. Until the old man's next sentence. Then, our information is that your life is in our hands. Thales heaved a long sigh in his heart. How unlucky to have met someone who doesn't play by the rules. Chris slowly raised his still malicious gaze. Then, may I ask, what about your information? Just as Thales was frantically thinking about his next step, something strange happened. Asterisk thud thud. Asterisk the dull thud of a heavy object knocking on the ceiling of the hall suddenly rang out. The expressions of the 3 blood clansmen changed at the same time. Even the old man Chris was no exception. Asterisk thud thud. Thud thud. Asterisk another dull thud rang out. It came from a ceiling. The 3 blood clansmen exchanged glances. They were both surprised and excited. It was as if something they had been looking forward to for a long time had finally happened. Thales saw all of this. He created a book group. 3971471168. Chapter 28. The bodies of the 8 swordsmen who were guarding Mr. Thales when the incident happened are all here. On one hand, it was out of respect. On the other hand, it was also because of the urgency of the matter. We did not touch them and left them in their original state. Gilbert stood in the corridor on the 3rd floor of Mindy's hall and looked at the 8 bodies in front of him as he spoke to Gines, who had a grim expression on her face. Yodel stood quietly at the side. 6 ordinary-class swordsmen with outstanding skills, rich combat experience, and hoped to break through to superclass, as well as 2 genuine superclass elites. All of them had their carotid arteries slashed by an irregular, sharp weapon. Gilbert walked to one of the corpses and crouched down. He pressed on the corpse's neck, and an ugly and terrifying wound was revealed. The wound had already changed color, and even the blood had coagulated. Based on our initial estimates, the opponent might be a Lemaitre powerhouse. Killing all 8 of them in an instant would require exquisite techniques and immeasurable strength. Furthermore, his speed is something that even Yodel couldn't keep up with. He also had that terrifying ability to hide. When the invasion happened, we had clearly guarded all the entrances and exits, but he still managed to sneak in. Yodel did not sense anyone at all. Gilbert spoke of his guests with a solemn expression. He took out a mechanical watch from his bosom and stared at the time on it. It was 6:30 at night. Even a moon had risen. Gines furrowed her brows tightly. Her rather charming lips were also tightly pursed, accentuating the beauty mark on the side of her mouth. She crossed her arms and pondered deeply for a while. Then, she suddenly raised her hand and snapped her fingers. "Take off their helmets." Gilbert gave a look, and the few guards beside him stepped forward and took off the helmets of the dead. Gines stepped forward and stepped on the elegant high-heeled female official boots. She knelt down on one knee and carefully observed each person's face. Their carotid arteries were bleeding profusely. There was not much time before they died, just enough for them to struggle on the ground for a while. During this time, they would have witnessed the culprit. Every one of their expressions, Gines said cautiously as she bent down to observe them. There are slight differences in their expressions. These were lying on their stomachs. Their expressions before they died were very similar: anger, hatred, unwillingness, and gnashing of teeth. Perhaps they didn't even have the time to react before they were heavily injured and died. That's why they had this kind of unwillingness and resentment. These 2 are lying on their sides. Their expressions are one of shock, disbelief, and confusion. They should have sensed the killer's fatal blow and tried their best to fight back, but to no avail. This made them very shocked and confused. While they were struggling on the ground, this expression froze on their faces. The last 2 should be the strongest. One of them is lying on his back, and the other is leaning against the wall. His expression is much more subtle than the previous 6. The one lying down was filled with regret and pain, while the one sitting was filled with relief and helplessness. They had tried their best to fight back, but they still failed. However, they should be the last ones to die, so they struggled to see the murderer. That was why they were filled with regret and sudden realization before they died. In other words, as long as the 2 of them know the identity of the enemy in advance, they can make an effective response. Gines stood up with a cold expression and crossed her arms. She looked at Gilbert, who was beside her, and seemed to be a little resigned. The murderer is not a supreme realm expert. If he's as strong as a Lemaitre, then the final 2 people will be filled with despair and fear. The murderer should have used a special skill, psionic ability, or mechanism. He cleverly attacked the strongest first, then the last 6 people who were slightly weaker. That was why after the 2 strongest people fell, they had the chance and time to see the murderer and his killing method. Although he is not a supreme realm expert, his speed is very fast. Perhaps he is close to, or even more than half of the supreme realm experts. However, because he is not a supreme realm expert, there is still an order when he kills people. Yodel walked forward and crouched down in front of the corpses, as if he was verifying Gines' words. Gilbert stared at the woman in front of him in a daze. It was as if he was looking at the high-spirited young girl in the courtroom 20 years ago. He also saw the young, inexperienced, and sunny young man who always stood behind her. He sighed in his heart and walked in front of her. Madam Gines, I know that you were once the most outstanding police officer in the capital. You even participated in the investigation of the royal family's assassination during the Bloody Year and tracked down the air mystic. Even the kingdom's secret intelligence department often seconded you. Gilbert said calmly with his hands behind his back. Your reasoning is also very brilliant and as sharp as it was in the past. However, our top priority right now is to find that child. Gines was deep in thought and glanced at him. The most outstanding police officer? She unconsciously clenched her fists. Bullsh *T police officer. However, the charming lady did not show any emotions. Instead, she used her left hand, which was placed on her other arm, to stroke the beauty mark on the left side of her lips out of habit. She chuckled softly without saying a word. Men are indeed the representatives of carelessness and carelessness. Gilbert narrowed his eyes and lifted the top hat on his head, slightly, to show his doubt. Did I not make myself clear enough? Gines put down her hands and walked forward in large strides. She pointed at the corpses in front of her and said confidently, these two superclass guards were the strongest. They were also the first ones to be attacked when they stood together. These two people were the second ones to be attacked, while the other four were the last ones to be attacked. However, the order of their deaths was reversed. The strongest struggled until the end and saw the murderer. As long as I can determine their positions before they were attacked, I can follow the tracks and find the location of the murderer's invasion. Although the amount of blood loss was so great that the blood traces were mixed together, it was difficult to find traces of the guards struggling to move before they died. However, according to the time of the bleeding in the arteries and the speed at which the people fell to the ground and struggled, with the two strongest as the center, I can draw two circles. This is the range of their movements before they were attacked and until they died. Don't forget, these two strongest were attacked by the same weapon at almost the same time. In other words, they were standing together before they were attacked. Therefore, the intersection point of these two circles is the location where they were attacked. Two circles have two intersection points. One of them is the answer. It is a location where the two were truly attacked. It is also the location where the murderer invaded. Gine's expression was focused. Step by step, she used her footsteps to draw the shapes. The content of her words made Gilbert and Yodel look at her solemnly. Based on the last gazes of these two strongest people before they died, the murderer appeared at this location after killing everyone. I guess it is also the location where the child was standing. Starting from the murderer's last appearance, Gines stood at that position and retreated step by step. According to the order in which they were attacked, we roughly found the murderer's path of movement. Gines slowly walked past a few corpses and returned to the corpses of the two strongest people. At the end of the path, the closest point between the two circles is this intersection point. Gines walked past the corpses that were lying on the ground. Her gaze was fierce. Finally, she stood at a spot. This is the location where the two strongest people were attacked first. In other words, this is the location where the murderer invaded and attacked first. Gilbert quickly walked forward and looked around. Are you saying that the murderer suddenly appeared here? He said slowly, the mercenary team did attack this place. But that is impossible. This place is still far from the stairs. During the time we were cleaning up the mess, he had nowhere to hide. Gines chuckled contemptuously again. Only Yodel quietly walked forward and pointed at a small decorative vase at the side. This kind of vase was very common in the corridor. There was only one, and it was the closest to Gines. Under Gilbert's puzzled gaze, Gines quickly walked forward, grabbed the vase, and smashed it without hesitation. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, she quietly crouched down and grabbed a piece of the vase. After observing it carefully, she used her finger to gently wipe the inner wall of the vase and showed it to the two useless men. Gilbert was surprised to find that Gines' finger was stained with red blood. Yodel also crouched down and picked up a few pieces. There were also tiny drops of blood in the inner wall of the vase. No place to hide? Gines laughed sarcastically. making Gilbert feel a little awkward. So, Gilbert took the pieces of the vase, and his expression changed. This is, Giant stood up and said in a capable and experienced manner, victims. A cause of death, bleeding in the carotid artery. Murderer, supra-class blood clansmen, or vampires. Murder weapon, blood claw. While Gines was speaking excitedly, she suddenly froze and realized the current situation. Hence, she clenched her teeth and swallowed the words she was about to say. After all, I'm no longer a police officer. Gines shook her head and got rid of the irrelevant emotions. So, he relied on his innate talent in blood transformation to sneak in and hide. He also relied on his innate speed to kill and plunder. He did not rely on his own abilities. Gines raised her head and rolled her eyes at Gilbert. This is the supreme class elite you were talking about. Gilbert was very embarrassed, but he knew that this was not the time to be angry. So he asked politely, "This is really an eye-opener." "So that child? This is considered an eye-opener?" Gines thought scornfully. What a narrow-minded, high-ranking person. If you have seen Constellation's Secret Intelligence Department, Extet's Secret Room, main E.T. Nox Dynasty's Raven Guards, and Han Bol Dynasty's Quintana, then you will know how many terrifying people there are in the dark. They only need to move their fingers to know all your secrets. Then, her gaze sharpened and she said resolutely, when the incident happened, the sun had not set yet. He could only use the method of transforming blood to hide among the few groups of mercenaries. Blood clansmen who have not reached supreme class can only transform into blood water, and it will not last more than half an hour. This means that the few groups of mercenaries arrived here within half an hour. A group of mercenaries traveling at full speed would only take half an hour to reach Twilight District in the Eastern District, which is filled with noble manners, the Morning Star District, which is where the City Hall and business gathers, and the Central District, where Renaissance Palace is located. Gines exhaled. The mature beauty ended her reasoning. She habitually extended her hand to the back of her waist, but she did not manage to grab anything. She was stunned again, then laughed bitterly in her heart. Yes, I'm no longer a police officer. Even my addiction to smoking has long since been quitted. The intern who used to follow behind me and pass me the fire has long since become another person. Hasn't he? She sighed. The shrewd lady stopped reminiscing and looked at Gilbert. Make your decision, Your Grace. Gilbert took a deep breath. The ones who sent people to test us are definitely nobles. The area of the Eastern District is not small, and the manors are the most suitable places to hide blood clansmen. Although there are many manors there, Yodel's figure flashed and disappeared. Gilbert was choked by his colleague's rude action. He could only sigh. All right, at least we have narrowed down the search area. Gilbert looked at Gines and nodded slightly at her. She only snorted softly. Gilbert did not disobey. Instead, he called out the people again. Open the backup armory. Everyone, get ready and change into the silver exorcism sword. Pick 30 of your best men and follow me out. Target, Eastern District. Take that lamp with you. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk the muffled sounds from the ceiling continued, and they became more urgent. Chris turned around abruptly and showed a slightly anxious expression for the first time. He looked at Thales with an unfriendly gaze and ordered Istron. Send him back to the dungeon. Lock him up properly. Then, before Istron and Thales could react, the old man and Rolana disappeared before their eyes. Istron also had a pleasantly surprised expression. He lifted Thales up, ignoring the latter's struggles and shouts. Hey, what's going on? Didn't we want to exchange information? Sir Istron? Thales, and shot towards the stone stairs. In the next second, before the dizziness passed, Thales fell head first on the wet stone floor. Asterisk thud. Asterisk he grimaced in pain. Little brat, stay there properly. No matter what you do, we can hear you. After the crisp sound of the lock and Istron's anxious message, the surroundings became quiet. Thales then got up in annoyance and relief. Istron had already disappeared, so he quietly extended his hand to his leg and pretended to scratch an itch. He inadvertently made a cut on the police officer's dagger that was tied to him. Pain came. His blood dripped to the ground. It's here. Thales took a deep breath and welcomed the burning sensation all over his body. This way, Gilbert and Yodel will know where I am, right? He exhaled softly and completely relaxed. His whole body was suddenly hit by a sense of fatigue. The transmigrator trembled as he touched a wall and sat down. Today's experience is not at all inferior to yesterday's trip to Red Street Market. Now, Thales finally had the time to observe his surroundings. The dim light came from two small torches. The stone floor was damp, cold, and hard. The mottled walls were covered with countless scratches and carvings. There was a narrow metal fence and a large lock as thick as an arm. He kicked a rusty chain beside his feet, and it made a ringing sound. Thales sighed and lay down on the cold ground. Without a doubt, this was a prison cell. It was damp, murky, and bloody. Bloody? Thales smelled the salty, fishy smell in the air. It was the same smell as the one he smelled at Red Street Market last night, except that it was thicker. As his heart tightened, terrifying screams and moans suddenly came from outside the prison cell. Thales stood up in fright. In his previous life, the transmigrator did not have much tolerance for horror movies. It was always the late-stage Chinibu who forced him to watch them. It was called training one's courage. Under the stimulation of goosebumps, Thales' brain started to work on its own again. Dungeon, blood, blood clan, screams and moans. Thales suddenly knew where he was. It was the Blood Clan's food cabinet. A wave of nausea came. Thales sighed again. The amount of sighs he made over the past 2 days was probably more than the amount of water he drank. But just as he was about to sit down, a faint and rough panting sound suddenly came from beside him. Huff, huff, ah. He was so frightened that he crawled a few steps in the opposite direction. Can you stop scaring me? Thales patted his chest in fright. Only then did he realize that his prison cell was not a luxurious single room. Thales slowly approached that direction. In his dim vision, a human body wearing heavy shackles and panting painfully on the ground appeared. Ugh! In the darkness, the prisoner seemed to be unable to speak. He could only gasp continuously, and his voice was filled with pain and suffering. There seemed to be a tube connected to his wrists that were locked tightly into shackles, and it was connected to the outside of the prison cell. Thales knew what that was. If it were up to me, just connect the blood collection device and the blood transfusion tube and lock him in the coffin. This was what Istron had said before. It seems that this is the blood collection device. Sigh. Thales lowered his head and exhaled again helplessly. He's probably a pitiful person who was abducted by the Blood Clan and brought here to become their food source. Ugh! As if he sensed the arrival of the person, the prisoner struggled and moaned. Thales felt another wave of nausea. This wave of nausea made him decide that he had to do something. I'm sorry, it might hurt a little. Please bear with it for a while, he said softly to the poor prisoner. The transmigrator extended his hand and touched the prisoner's wrist. He rubbed the crude blood collection device and pulled out a needle that was a few inches deep into the prisoner's blood vessel with force. The prisoner struggled and moaned even harder, but he still made incomprehensible sounds like a mute. Thales pressed on the wound on his wrist. Fortunately, there was not much blood. Of course, it was also possible that he did not have much HP left to begin with. Thales thought gloomily. Although Thales was nervous and fearful when he fought against the 3 Blood Clansmen earlier, he had never felt heavy-hearted. However, now that he looked at this blood source who was chained and had his blood extracted, he started to feel heavy-hearted for some reason. Maybe it's pity, he thought self-deprecatingly. Thales touched the shackle. Only then did he notice that it was a mechanical lock made of dark black stone. It was engraved with complicated patterns and words. It was heavy and ingenious, and it locked the prisoner's hands tightly in front of his chest. There were also 2 clamps extending upwards, clamping the prisoner's cheeks tightly. He could not even shake his head left and right. Thales pushed hard and found that this heavy mechanical stone lock seemed to be firmly fixed to the ground, or it was so heavy that it was no different from being fixed to the ground. It seemed to be a heavy lock specially prepared for elites. Thales touched the position of the shackle. It was made of a special metal. At this moment, the metal suddenly heated up, and a scorching heat came from the shackle. Ah! Thales could not help but cry out in pain and let go of the shackle. The transmigrator frowned and tried the shackle again. As long as someone touched it, it would explode with a high temperature. It seemed that he could not do anything to unlock it. The prisoner's struggles slowly decreased. Thales watched him struggle and suffer in pain. He felt extremely uncomfortable, but he could only silently retreat to the side and sit down against the wall. As he moved, the light from the torches outside the cell lost its cover and shone directly on the prisoner's face. Thales saw the poor man clearly. This was a person covered in scars. His gray clothes were torn and dirty. He was also disabled. Below his knees, there was nothing at all. What was more terrifying was his neck. The flesh there had clumped together, showing a horrifying purplish-black color, as if his throat had suffered a serious injury. It was probably because of this that he could not speak. Thales touched his throat and remembered the 2 times he was strangled. When he thought of the pain, he could not help but shudder. He looked at the prisoner and thought to himself, "Poor man, he is covered in injuries, but it is a miracle that he can live until now." The prisoner's expression was exaggerated. His facial features were contorted as he panted, as if he was enduring great pain. But he could only let out rough moans that sounded like a whimper. Short green hair covered half of his face. The other half of his face had a strange tattoo. Whimper. He continued to moan in pain. Wait. Thales was suddenly stunned. He recognized the tattoo on the prisoner's face. The transmigrator suddenly realized that the person who was in the same cell as him, panting and unable to speak, was actually an old friend. An old friend whom he and Jayla had just met at Red Street Market last night. Madeira Ralph, the leader of the Blood Bottle Gang's 12 Strongest. A psionic who was good at controlling the wind. A super-class expert. Chapter 29. What does despair feel like? Ralph felt that he knew the answer to this question. The pain of his throat being crushed and torn by the female bartender from the Brotherhood. He still did not know Jayla's name. Seemed to have happened just 5 minutes ago. After that, he felt as if he was enduring that pain every single moment. Blood flowed from his throat into his lungs. The pain spread from his throat to his brain. Even his airways were blocked. He could not speak. He could not breathe. He could not move. He was like a severely injured and dying wild dog that was casually abandoned on Red Street Market. Whether he died of pain, suffocation, or suffocation, he did not have long to live. Only his childhood experience of wandering around the Camus Union had forced him to live, and his desire to live was the only thing that kept him alive. He, the superpower user who could control the wind, used his superpower again and again. As if he were squeezing a sponge, he squeezed the air that was full of dust, blood, and filth into his lungs through his cracked throat one mouthful after another. Then he squeezed the air out from another wound on his neck. Phew, 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 phew. Every breath was accompanied by inhuman pain. It was as if he was going back and forth between Hell's River and the human world. I'm probably the first person to use my psionic ability to prolong my life, Ralph thought sadly. Ralph felt like a stray dog that scavenged for trash in the sewers for a living. The female bartender left. The cop left. A few teams of thugs passed by his heavily injured and dying body. A spy flipped him over and checked his mouth and nose. An earth-shattering explosion reached his ears. Ralph did not care about it. He only instinctively used his psionic ability to breathe amidst the pain. Until dawn. Until Numino, who retreated in panic, carried his corpse. Numino, who was born as a hunter in the countryside, was recognized as a coward among the strongest 12. Ralph had always looked down on him. He mocked, humiliated, and bullied him in the gang. It was the Phantom Wind followers' hobby. The most ironic thing was that it was this coward whom he despised who collected his corpse at the last moment. Ralph was woken up by the sharp pain in his legs. His hands were tightly bound. He opened his eyes in the police station's morgue. Then he saw Nikolai, the leader of Blood Bottle Gang's 8 cadres. He did not know that he had already lost 5 of them in Red Street Market. Was the Red Viper Nikolai. But Nikolai only stared at him with a complicated expression, shaking his head in disgust and malevolence. "You are one of the few survivors from the Blood Bottle gang," Red Viper said faintly. Ralph struggled and wanted to make a sound. He endured the pain in his throat, but he could only make meaningless sounds. A sharp pain came from his knee. He could not feel anything below his knees. "Look at you, Ralph, the strongest of the 12 strongest, the only superclass expert. That outstanding, arrogant, and promising Phantom Wind follower, Ralph. A young man who was proudly recommended to the Air Mystic by Lady Catherine. A young man with limitless potential." The Red Viper gently patted his face. Her eyes were still filled with complex emotions and disgust. "But now he's lying here like a corpse, unable to speak, unable to breathe, unable to move, unable to eat. Why are you still alive?" The Red Viper's eyebrows furrowed. His expression became ugly and crazed. "Why are you the one who survived, and not Sykes, Song, Sven, or Dorno? Why are you the one who survived? Why are you the one who survived? Why are you the one who survived, and not mine?" Ralph widened his eyes. He struggled in anger and pain, but the double pain and disability prevented him from moving. The Red Viper put away his anger and started laughing. He was very happy, but also very sick. "Blood Bottle Gang has suffered heavy losses, and my power has also been greatly damaged," he said softly. "If the members were complete, maybe Catherine could step on me and rise to power. Who knows?" But Nikolai's expression became ferocious. "But how can a Phantom Wind follower, who cannot speak, has no legs, and is seriously injured and on the verge of death, serve her?" "So," Nikolai said as he stretched out his hand. With a twisted expression, he pinched Ralph's knee, the wound that was forcefully stopped bleeding by the flames. "Why don't you just die in battle and disappear?" "Ugh." Ralph shut his eyes tightly in pain. He struggled with all his might to move his body, which was seriously injured and unable to move. It was not to break free, but to reduce the pain in his knee. The wind psionic ability that he relied on to breathe was almost interrupted. "I'm in a bad mood today. I have to clean up the mess and run into walls everywhere." Nikolai sighed and continued. "But I have gotten rid of you and eliminated a genius that Catherine thinks highly of. I still feel very happy." Looking at the resentment, pain, and rage in Ralph's eyes, Nikolai showed an apologetic and helpless expression. He smiled and said, "I have no choice. They want a super-class elite, and they even emphasize that the wrist must be left to draw blood. Otherwise, I would have cut off your hand and not your leg." He patted Ralph's face in the end and whispered into his ear, "I wish you and the vampires have a good time." Nikolai's footsteps faded into the distance. 2 thugs from the Blood Bottle Gang walked over. One of them picked up a 3-inch long copper needle with a tube, while the other grabbed Ralph's limp wrist. At that moment, Ralph deeply felt despair. Thales stared blankly at Ralph. He had the urge to ask him what happened to Jayla in the end. What was the outcome of their battle? Did Jayla escape? How did Ralph end up like this? Was he not a member of the Blood Bottle Gang? But Thales hesitated, because he saw Ralph at that very moment. He saw this legless man whose gaze was unfocused and could only express his emotions with meaningless cries. His eyes were a mixture of despair, pain, regret, and grief. He still remembered Ralph from last night. Frivolous, confident, arrogant, and extraordinary. He came and went freely in the endless gale, leaving behind his signature laughter. And now, huff, huff. Ralph closed his eyes again and moaned in pain. The Phantom Wind follower who was casual, sharp-tongued, and fearless was no longer there. His lips were dark and dry, and it was obvious that he was severely dehydrated. But Thales could not find any water, and he could not be sure if Ralph could still swallow in his current condition. Thales did not even know how he breathed. The prince only sat at the side in a daze, watching Ralph suffer in pain and struggle. In the 2nd year after he transmigrated, a female beggar's legs were broken by quide. That poor girl wailed for an entire night before she died. At that time, Thales was still muddle-headed and only managed to retrieve a few pieces of his memories. He was horrified and terrified by the horrors of reality. He could only hide in a hole in the wall and shiver. So, in his dreams, he listened to the girl's wails for an entire night. It was similar to now. Later on, he did wonder why he did not have more courage to end the girl's pain. Thales looked at Ralph's deformed appearance, and his heart felt heavy. No matter how great the crime, no one deserves to suffer like this, he told himself. In the end, the boy still sighed and crawled to Ralph's side. He said softly, "Ralph? Madeira Ralph." Even though his consciousness was gradually fading away, at that moment, Ralph's pupils still instinctively focused. Who? Who will remember me? A cripple like this, waiting for death? Thales gently pulled out JC's dagger and slowly pressed it against Ralph's neck. I know that you are in pain right now. You are enduring torment and suffering that ordinary people cannot imagine. And I can end your life and help you to free yourself from all of this. Ralph's breathing through his throat and psionic ability suddenly became disorderly. Torture, suffering, relief. But I must ask you solemnly and cautiously, Madeira Ralph, are you willing to let me free you from your pain? If you are willing, blink your eyelids. If you are not willing, I will only ask this once. Thales had a solemn expression as he waited for Ralph's reaction. In the darkness, Ralph stared at the boy's blurry silhouette in front of him. Relief. Ralph felt the pain from his throat to his knees. Every breath tore open the wound in his throat. Every time he struggled, it affected the stump in his knees. He was thirsty, hungry, cold, in pain, and most terrifying of all, in despair. He remembered the feeling of the wind fluttering beside him. He remembered the first time he killed someone with his psionic ability, the first time he entered a gang, the first time he received a reward from the higher-ups, the first time he became a man with that frail girl's body, and the first time he met the air mystic as if he was on a pilgrimage. He remembered his enemy's fearful gazes, his companion's submissive gazes, her expression of admiration, and the smugness and satisfaction he felt when he heard the whispers about the strongest 12. That was the glory of the past, and he had lost all of it forever. Isn't it? In the next moment, Ralph's gaze was firm. He tried his best to drive his greatly reduced psionic ability and inhale a breath for his half-crippled body. Then, the phantom wind follower trembled. He used all his strength and endured the pain of rubbing against the locks on both sides to raise his head and look at Thales seriously. He prepared to blink. One blink is enough. One. Thales then saw Ralph's eyelids tremble. They trembled and slowly closed towards the center. Thales sighed in his heart and slowly tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. But Ralph's eyelids only trembled and stopped in the middle of his eyes. They did not close until the very last moment. A long time passed. A long time passed. A familiar or unfamiliar scene flashed before the eyes of the former Phantom Wind follower. Barren fields, dirty muddy roads, wild dogs everywhere, and swarms of flies. That was when he was young, struggling to survive in the countryside of Camus Union. That time, he fought with a group of wild dogs for a piece of black bread that was almost finished by a swarm of flies. Those wild dogs are so fierce, Ralph thought quietly in the dungeon. Their deafening roars, their relentless biting, their insane strength. And yet, Ralph subconsciously licked his upper teeth. That bread tastes terrible. In Thales' eyes, Ralph's face trembled and twisted. His eyelids slowly relaxed, opened, and returned to their previous angle. Asterisk thud. Asterisk between the two locks. Ralph's head, which he had painstakingly propped up, suddenly fell backwards as if he had deflated. The back of his head hit the ground. In the end, he did not blink. Thales quietly exhaled and slowly put down the dagger in his hand. But Ralph was oblivious to the pain at the back of his head and the scratches on his cheeks. His twisted face, along with his head, began to tremble slightly. Asterisk sob. Sob. Asterisk this was not moan. Thales could not help but be stunned. He saw Ralph close his eyes in pain. His face trembled, and he allowed the transparent liquid to flow continuously from his eyes. Asterisk sob. His voice was very suppressed and sorrowful. He was crying. The phantom wind follower, the once powerful and glorious psionic man and warrior. He was actually crying. He did not know if he was crying for his own cowardice or the pain at the moment. He was like an ordinary person, a normal person, or even a slightly weak little citizen, as if he could not bear the burden. He cried. Thales could only watch in a daze. He watched this man who could not speak or breathe normally. After giving up the chance to be free, he fell to the ground and cried bitterly. Thales turned his head away dejectedly, but his grip on the dagger in his hand tightened. Ursula, Ned Kellett, the child beggars who died in the sixth house and did not even have surnames appeared before his eyes one by one. He thought about his own situation, Gilbert, and Yodel. The prince furrowed his eyebrows and lowered his head to look at his hand. The new cut on it was as familiar as the burning sensation he felt earlier. At that moment, something seemed to fall from the bottom of his heart. Thales moved closer to Ralph's ear for the second time. "I understand now," he said softly. Ralph was still crying uncontrollably. "Then, are you willing to break free of these shackles?" Ralph's crying paused for a moment. It did not stop, but it gradually became softer. The wailing little girl with a broken leg appeared before Thales' eyes. He thought of almost every child who died in the abandoned houses in the past 4 years. Screams and wails came from outside the prison. This F***ed-up world. The boy did not know what was in the underground prison, but his gaze as he looked at Ralph became simpler and clearer. Then, the prince stared seriously at the phantom wind follower, who could no longer move with the wind, and continued speaking in a resolute and decisive manner. He continued to speak resolutely, "Break free of these shackles," and then, with his broken body, struggle to survive in this world. "Let's see how cruel it can be. Are you willing?" Ralph stopped crying. He could not move his head. He could only turn his gaze and stare at the boy beside him in a daze. The boy enunciated each word clearly. "This may not be freedom. Perhaps the price will be great. You may even die immediately. And I'm only doing this for myself." Thales lowered his head and said slowly, "But I can try to give you a chance. But I can try to give you a chance to break free from these shackles and struggle one more time. Are you willing?" Ralph's eyes were fixed on the boy's eyes. Even though there were still tears in his eyes, he suddenly wanted to laugh in his heart. He seemed to feel that the pain in his throat and knees were gradually becoming numb. Those wild dogs who fought with him for his bread. The fate of those stray dogs. Ralph forced himself to breathe, and a strange joy welled up in his heart. The fate of those dogs. How tragic. Ralph, who was lying on the ground, raised his trembling eyes and stared at Thales. In the next moment, the phantom wind follower slowly but clearly. He blinked once. Everyone blinked countless times in their lives. It was inconspicuous. But just now Ralph blinked once. It was the most important blink of his life. Ralph slowly lowered his head. Thales smiled, dispersing the gloom in his heart. The prince nodded briskly. "All right, I understand. I originally thought that His Highness had woken up ahead of time, but it doesn't seem to be the case now." In a dark room on the 3rd floor of Vine Manor, Chris furrowed his eyebrows. In front of him was a huge brownish-black stone coffin that was connected to countless blood vessels. It had complicated patterns and was as tall as a person, 3 meters wide, and 6 meters long. At that moment, the huge coffin kept vibrating. I try to connect to His Highness consciousness, but the feedback is still chaotic. There's only hunger and killing instincts. No matter how I pacify and communicate, it's the same. Chris put down a blood vessel in his hand. His expression became increasingly grim. If this continues, His Highness will only use up his remaining energy and blood in advance. Rolana's expression was horrified. The red-haired blood clansman said nervously, "Something must have agitated His Highness, but we didn't do anything." Chris' eyes sparkled. There was no trace of the deathly stillness and dryness from before. The old man said resolutely, "It's not us. His Highness only had this reaction 5 minutes ago." At that time, Chris's expression changed. He suddenly turned around and shouted at Istrone, who had a solemn expression on his face. "Don't worry." He shouted at the solemn-looking Istrone, "That whelp. We can smell the fragrance of his blood, even from 2 floors away. With his highness' sense of smell, it's even more obvious. Where's that whelp?" The restless Istrone looked at the agitated Chris and answered subconsciously. He seemed to have accidentally cut himself just now. Then he pulled out that half-crippled superclass's blood vessel and said some strange things. I didn't listen carefully. Then the expressionless Chris did not listen to Istrone's explanation. The suspicious coffin was still vibrating and making muffled sounds. The old man rudely and directly interrupted Istrone's words. "Bring that whelp up." "No, I say you stay here. Let Rolana do it." As he watched the huge coffin vibrate more frequently, an unusual spark flashed in Chris' eyes. "His blood is what His Highness desires." "This plan is very risky," Thales calmly stated to Ralph, who was on the ground. It was as if he had returned to the 6th house and was doing everything he could to protect the innocent child beggars who were born to suffer in Hell's River. But it's even more unwise to sit here and wait for a miracle and surrender. Ralph only quietly looked at the boy whose gaze was obviously different from ordinary people. He laboriously inhaled a mouthful of air. His serious look, Ralph laughed in his heart. He's not any worse than Big Sister. The Phantom Wind follower did not realize that after experiencing the choice between life and death, he had already become much more at ease. Thales continued to explain calmly, as if he was not the one speaking. "I don't know how much power you have left, but I estimate that it won't be a lot. Also, that old man's power, so reckless risks and waiting passively are not suitable for the current situation. Our best timing is to wait for my reinforcements to arrive. The moment they break the door, you won't be able to wait for reinforcements, mortal whelp." A cold female voice interrupted Thales' words. Ralph's expression instantly tensed up. Thales was stunned for a moment. He turned his head around in disbelief and looked at the cell door. Outside the bars, Rolana Corleone, who was dressed in a playful riding outfit, used her slender and beautiful right index finger to seductively scratch her lips. At the same time, she used her left hand, which had turned into a terrifying claw, to violently open the cell door's lock. "Istrone said it before, right? No matter what you do, we will be able to hear you. Young Mr. Istrone who played a trick on you." As if mocking him, Rolana chuckled and swayed her alluring, slender waist. Step by step, she gracefully and seductively entered the cell through the open cell door. "What a pity. Perhaps if you were a few years older, even I would be bewitched by you. But now, you are about to become His Highness's fragrant and rich energy-filled beverage. Perhaps the adorable Rolana can even have a taste?" Watching Rolana, who could suddenly appear at any time, Thales understood that she could subdue him at any time. The prince heaved a deep sigh. It was sincere and regretful. "Ralph," he said flatly. There was not a hint of panic in his voice. "I need 10 seconds." 10 seconds? Rolana suddenly felt uneasy. She thought of Istrone, who had been fooled. What other trump card could he have? That half-crippled super-class mortal who was trapped in the Nightwing Stonelock. But the cunning Rolana did not want to take the risk. Her expression became fierce and decisive in the blink of an eye. A deliberately mystifying brat. Her alluring figure flashed before Thales' eyes in an instant. "Once His Highness has sucked you dry, you can still..." But at this moment, a strange gust of wind suddenly rose up in a narrow prison cell. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the light from the fire flickered rapidly and dimmed. The gust of wind pushed Rolana 3 steps back. Shocked, she quickly grabbed the bars beside her and stood firmly. This is a psionic ability? Impossible. This child cannot be a psionic. That is... Rolana strenuously looked at the super-class elite who was chained to the ground by the Nightwing Stonelock beside Thales. It's him. He's already in this state, but he still has some strength left. It's useless. Rolana breathed a sigh of relief and thought happily. Being chained to this state and heavily injured Even if you have a psionic ability, how long can you last? As for that trickster, even if I have to endure Chris scolding later, I will have a taste of him first. He will definitely leave a deep impression on you. Rolana thought fiercely. Then, let's begin. Thales looked at Rolana, who was obstructed by the gust of wind in front of him. He calmly turned the dagger around. 10. Under Ralph's puzzled gaze, he used his uninjured right hand to hold the tip of the dagger. 9. Good luck to both of us, he said. 8. My first mystic ability test. 7. Begin. 6. Thales stared at the black stone shackles on Ralph's body. Ralph's face turned red as he stared at Rolana. The gust of wind continued. Rolana gripped the bars beside her with a cold expression. Her left hand began to transform into a terrifying crimson claw. 5. I want to break his shackles, Thales thought silently. I want to save this man who has nothing left. 4. If it's really as I expected. The boy recalled the scenes of life and death in his mind. Quide's hand around his neck. Asda's hand clenched gently. Also, the bloody scene in my distant memory, and the gentle Chinibu whose name I cannot name. 3. Thales clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. His right hand suddenly grabbed the metal lock. A burning sensation came from the metal, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Rolana felt something. She turned her head in shock and found that the bars she was holding on to were vibrating. What's going on? The female blood clansman thought in panic. That half-crippled fellow, does he have multiple psionic abilities? 2. Asterisk grip. Asterisk the bars shattered into countless small pieces as Rolana's hand moved. Rolana, who could not stand steadily, clutched the wound on her arm and screamed. She was instantly blown out of the dungeon by the gust of wind formed by psionic abilities. 1. Rolana's shrill and crazy roars traveled into his ears. A burning sensation hit him. 0. Light, Thales thought as his consciousness blurred. So much light. In the room on the 3rd floor where the giant coffin was kept, Chris suddenly had a strange expression. What is Rolana trying to do? He asked coldly as he looked at the giant coffin that kept making muffled sounds. Perhaps she wants to try her mouth first, Istron answered carefully. He felt the Lord's nervousness and continued. She has always been. No, they are. Istron's words were interrupted by the outside world as the two of them looked at each other in shock. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a loud sound that sounded like an explosion came from underground. A cloud of dust blew in from outside the door. The expressions of the two blood clansmen, one old and one young, changed at the same time. They exchanged glances. Something happened in the dungeon. In the next moment, their figures appeared outside the manor. The moment Istron saw the scene before him clearly, he was so shocked that he lost his composure. Under the moonlight, the legless, super-class mortal with a tattoo on his face. The former Phantom Wind follower, Madeira Ralph. He had already broken free from all restraints. He was holding the mortal's cub tightly. With the help of the gust of wind, his expression was resolute. He was flying in the air, not far away. Gilbert's expression changed as he galloped on his horse with 30 swordsmen of eradication. Bloodline lamp. He said to the female official beside him in a low voice amidst the galloping wind. Gines, who was jolting on the horse, saw the lamp in Gilbert's arms with a solemn expression. The flame of the lamp turned red. It tilted to one side. That direction, Gilbert recalled for a while, and his expression was solemn. It is the Coventier family's Vine Manor. The female official roared angrily and lashed her horse with her whip. Who cares whose family it is? Even if it is the Walton family of Ekstedt in front of us. We have to kill our way in. Gilbert nodded. Determination and fierceness appeared on his face. Everyone, follow me and turn. There is no need to conserve the horses. Speed up and advance. Prepare for battle. If this book is to your liking, there is no harm in liking it, recommending it, supporting the new author, and supporting niche fantasy novels other than killing monsters and leveling up. Chapter 30. Ever since Asda's disappearance, the boy had yet to truly test his power of losing control. He did not know how the mystics controlled it. He did not even understand that thing at all. He could only simulate a scenario that was most similar to the experience of losing control based on his previous induction and inference. Then, he tried to use it. In Thal's plan, this power was supposed to be something he could explore and research in secret and safely after he had more or less understood the origins of mystic energy and mystics from Gilbert's lessons in a peaceful and safe environment. After he had considered the reactions of the people around him towards him losing control, he would then start to explore and research this power step by step in an orderly manner. However, the impending disaster before his eyes and Ralph's miserable state, where he could neither live nor die, made him decide to bring forward this potentially dangerous mystic energy experiment. The first 2 times he lost control, he used blood as a medium, the dagger as a material object, and the mysterious sphere as energy inexplicably moved before his eyes. So, his initial guess was that the power had something to do with spatial transference. I just need to transfer the lock of the stone locked to my hand, Thales thought in his heart. The process of the experiment was simpler than he had imagined. The burning sensation in his body grew stronger, the stone lock grew bigger, and more scenes appeared in his mind. Then, Thales lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the moonlight, heard the wind, felt the cold, and saw the blood clansmen on the ground, who were extremely shocked. He was already in Ralph's arms, and the ground beneath his feet was gradually drifting further and further away. Even though the process is a little strange, Thales thought wearily, it looks like the experiment is a success. Although Ralph was in a sorry state and in pain, he had already freed himself from the burden of the heavy shackles. He forcefully controlled the wind and floated upwards. At that moment, no one was more shocked than Chris. How is this possible? The old blood clansman mumbled with lifeless eyes. Istrone and Rolana were still young. Therefore, only he knew that the Nightwing lock used to lock the superclass elite in the dungeon was a secret treasure passed down in the Corleone family for nearly 1,000 years. It was a torture tool exclusive to the Blood Clan's Duke, and could only be opened with the blood of the person who was locked. It was used to trap Supreme class elites. It was originally prepared to prevent Her Highness from going berserk when her mind was in a muddled state. After Her Highness' condition stabilized, it was used on the transcendent blood source. Even the most advanced magic gun in the world could not break the shackles. How did they open it? Before he was heavily injured, Ralph was the darling of the wind. He could even lie down 10 meters in the air with his limbs facing the sky for 5 minutes under the effect of the wind. But now, with much of his blood drained, he was extremely weak. He was tired and thirsty. The sudden loss of his legs also affected his balance. The sharp pain in his throat distracted his energy. Most of the superpower he was proud of had to be used to maintain the breathing from his throat to his lungs. He knew that he had no chance of winning against the 3 blood clansmen, and he also knew that Thales seemed to have activated a backup plan of convenience. So, after Ralph broke free from the chains, he only wanted to continuously use the wind to rise to a height that they could not reach. If the blood clansmen chased after him, he would try his best to use the strong wind to blow them down. But he still underestimated Chris, who had become a supreme class elite hundreds of years ago. Chris' movements were not slowed down by his surprise. 1,000 years had made him more resolute despite his age. His withered face darkened, and he instantly leaped more than 10 meters into the air, pouncing towards the 2 people in the air. For Her Highness, I must snatch back that cub. He closed in on Ralph in an instant, and the strong wind rushed towards him. Thales was surprised to see that Chris, whose clothes and hair were fluttering in the strong wind, had actually turned into a bloody mist with an expressionless face. It was not a bloody water like Istrone's, but a bloody mist. In Thales' eyes, the bloody mist was dispersed by Ralph's wind, but it continued to spread upwards, passing through the strong wind barrier Ralph had built without any hindrance. The bloody mist seeped into the area in front of Ralph. Under the 2 people's solemn gazes, it gradually turned back into the pale old man with an obscure face and started to descend again. Ralph could not speak. He could only roar angrily. He raised his left hand and activated his psionic power, wanting to blow the old man down from the air. But before he could finish roaring, Chris Corleone's hand gripped Ralph's left wrist. Chris' tone was even colder than the temperature in the sky. He said in a terrifying voice, "Do not even think of flying." Asterisk crack. Asterisk, asterisk, ugh. Asterisk, the sound of Ralph's bones breaking and his pained moaning came from 20 meters in the air at the same time. Then Istron, who was on the ground, and Rolana, who was covered in dirt, rushed out of the dungeon while holding her half-grown arm. They saw Ralph, who was holding Thales, being grabbed by Chris' left hand and pulled towards the ground by the latter's terrifying strength. Ralph looked as if he had gone mad. He used all his strength to urge the wind to blow him upwards, almost forgetting to breathe, but he still could not shake off Chris's sharp claws that had pierced through his bones and tightly gripped his wrist. Thales could not even open his eyes due to the strong wind. Exhausted, he had already used up all his trump cards. The prince was already powerless. Finally, Ralph, who was struggling with all his might, was inevitably pulled down from the sky by Chris. Ralph lost his balance. Almost exhausted, he tried his best to urge the wind, but Chris' great strength made it impossible for him to rise into the sky again. "For His Highness, that cub must be alive," Chris said coldly as he fell from the sky with Ralph tightly clasped in his hand. Rolana licked her teeth with hatred on her face. She swung her newly grown arm and immediately smiled, getting ready to catch that cub. Beside her, Istron's perception was slightly stronger than Rolana's. His expression changed, and he suddenly looked outside the manor's gate. There, a concentrated tremor was getting closer and closer. "Rolana," Istron said anxiously, but Rolana's entire body and mind were focused on the two people in the sky. Thales did not dare open his eyes. However, the increasingly faster sound of the wind and the increasing sense of weightlessness in his ears indicated that the situation was not good. Is this move still too early because of this sudden accident? Ralph had already given up on breaking free from Chris' grip. He looked at the moon that was getting further and further away, and the ground that was getting closer and closer. His eyes gradually became pure, clear, and relieved. At that moment, Ralph suddenly realized that after experiencing so much pain, a fractured wrist was actually not that painful at all. The Phantom Wind follower's lips curled into a smile that had not appeared in a long time. "What a pity, child. Thank you for giving me a chance. At least I've struggled, and those vampires won't have the chance to touch you." Tom seemed to have slowed down. Then, Rolana, who was about to catch Thales on the ground, saw in shock. The half-crippled Ralph howled and roared the moment he was about to fall to the ground. With one hand, he threw Thales in the direction of the manor's house with all his might. "No!" Chris roared without any grace, but Ralph, who had one hand free, grabbed his waist tightly and threw him to the ground. Thales felt the momentum of his fall change, and his body involuntarily flew in another direction. In an instant, the stone wall of the house appeared before his eyes, and it was getting closer and closer. He was about to crash into his head. Thales could only shut his eyes tightly. Is this the end? But out of the prince's expectations, the tragic sight of his head being smashed did not happen. His momentum suddenly stopped, and he felt dizzy. Then, he fell into a stable and safe embrace. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Ralph and Chris fell fiercely, and the huge force even broke the ground. Dust immediately flew in the air on the empty ground of the manor. Rolana's expression changed drastically. She rushed towards Thales, who was flying in the direction of the house, with a flash. But Istron, on the other hand, glanced at the manor's gate with a solemn expression. He arrived in a flash. His voice rang through the manor in the empty night. "Enemy attack." Feeling dizzy, Thales slowly opened his eyes in an embrace that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Before him, a dark purple mask and two dark lenses looked at him under the moonlight. "Don't worry, Thales." Standing on the balcony of the third floor of the manor's house, the royal family's secret protector, Yodel Cato, spoke hoarsely. His voice was even faintly trembling. "You're safe." Thale smiled tiredly, but at ease. He closed his eyes and was completely at ease. A series of tremors traveled clearly from outside. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the gate of Vine Manor was knocked open. Countless sounds of horse hooves surged in. In the name of the supreme king of Constellation, Kessel, Jade Star. Count Gilbert Casso's steady and sonorous voice rang out amidst the dust and the sound of horses' hooves. Everyone present in Vine Manor is suspected of stealing and harboring the royal family's secret treasure. Surrender immediately and do not resist. Those who disobey will be killed on the spot. There was not even a torch in a dark, empty room. There was only boundless darkness and two barely discernible breathing sounds. What a pity. This is probably the closest we've been to the air mystic in the past 12 years, an old and sharp voice said. But all the information shows that Asda has been killed, a light and bright male voice said. Then let me guess. You, who think that he has been killed, must have also read about the mystic's immortality and immortality? The old and sharp voice mocked. Don't be so serious, teacher, the light and bright male voice continued. At least he's been sealed. The problem is in Eternal Star City now. Who has the ability to seal Asda? And who has the weapon to seal him? The hoarse voice drawled and continued asking questions. It's just those few, the light and bright male voice said playfully. Yes, The hoarse and sharp voice seemed to be slightly disappointed. It's just those few. There's no need to investigate the truth about Red Street Market anymore. All the files, including the big explosion in the central area and the eyewitness report of the woman carrying the child, are to be sealed for a period of time. As for Asda Sakern, tell the people at the border to be prepared. Whether it is 10 or 20 years, the air mystic will eventually return, the hoarse and sharp voice ordered gloomily. There was a long silence. Don't look like that, teacher. On the bright side, we have one less great enemy. On the bright side, we might even be able to attract the blood mystic, the light male voice said lazily. Don't pretend that you can see my expression, the hoarse and sharp voice said discontentedly. Then he sighed. Blood mystic, sigh this damn fate. The capital is probably going to be in chaos again very soon. 12 years ago, at least I had Lance Gines Tyson and Lanzar Norfolk by my side. Now, the only person I can use by my side is you. The hoarse voice sighed. It was filled with desolation and loneliness. But it was also 12 years ago that, even with your group of people, didn't the late king still pass away? It can be seen that strength isn't the key. Luck is. The light voice seemed to have no qualms about talking about the tragedy 12 years ago. In the darkness, the two voices were silent for a long time. Yes, even if it was 12 years ago, the hoarse voice finally answered. This time, his tones seemed to be filled with grief, indignation, and dissatisfaction. The late king still passed away. The light voice seemed to have finally realized that the atmosphere was not right. He changed the topic stiffly. By the way, the secret room sent someone to deliver a headless letter. It said that yesterday, a figure from a gang left Extet and set off towards Constellation, towards Eternal Star City. The old woman also said that this was to repay your previous favor. The long-awaited cooperation between the Secret Intelligence Department and the secret room. The hoarse and sharp voice seemed to have been piqued. Coming to the capital at this time? The blood mystic? No, I sent someone to investigate. It seems to be a doctor from Blackstreet Brotherhood. His name is Ramon. Is there something wrong with him? Someone saw him performing a little trick on a small road in the countryside. Little trick? The hoarse voice finally became serious. Yes, a little trick, the light male voice said in a cynical tone. But according to the profound knowledge stored in all 20 levels of the Jade Star Library, I came to the conclusion that this little trick that can instantly heal wounds was commonly known as. His cheerful voice instantly became low. Magic! The voice slowly faded away. This darkness had truly sunk into a deathly stillness. It was like a graveyard in the middle of the night. After a long time, that old woman, the hoarse voice actually chuckled softly. She actually used this information as a favor to repay me. How cunning and treacherous, just like in the past. Gilbert took the lead. The guards formed by the swordsmen of Eradication rode on their horses and charged into the manor. They surrounded the 3 blood clansmen. Unsheath your silver swords and prepare to meet the enemy. Gilbert did not waste any more words. He knew that his previous declaration of not killing those who surrender was just a formality. What was truly effective was usually only power and weapons. Just like diplomacy, Rolana, Istron agilely moved his body and avoided the 2 swords that were aimed at his head. He shouted anxiously and angrily. "What are you doing?" He shouted anxiously and angrily. "Summon the shadow guards." Rolana landed on a window on the 2nd floor. She was extremely furious. Regardless of whether it was her unparalleled physique or her indestructible claws, she could not do anything to Yodel Kato, whose figure would disappear and reappear from time to time while he held Thales in his arms. She was also aware of the current situation. Hence, she spread her arms and let out a soundless roar with a strange rhythm towards the direction of the underground prison. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk suddenly, a tremor that sounded like a thunderstorm came from the direction of the dungeon. Gilbert's expression changed. He swung the long sword in his hand decisively, and the swordsmen beside him shouted in unison. But it was already too late. A black tide suddenly erupted from the entrance of the dungeon. It charged towards the horse formation formed by the 30 swordsmen of Eradication. Gilbert saw the thing that charged out clearly. With a steely expression, he roared, "Form a ring formation. It's a blood thrall." The 30 swordsmen of Eradication, who were at least of ordinary class, also saw the thing that charged out. It was a person with blood-red eyes and a crazed look on their faces. Almost all of them were battle-hardened guards. They knew what the creature in front of them was. It was the lowest form of the Blood Clan. It was formed by humans or other races who had accepted the blood essence of the Blood Clan and were transformed into blood thralls. They were hungry, crazy, loyal, and unafraid of death. Dozens of blood thralls surged towards the horse formation like a tidal wave. Gilbert saw the situation clearly and knew that Thales was already safe. Blindly relying on horsepower to attack these fearless creatures would only increase the number of casualties on his side. "Defend," he ordered loudly. The 30 swordsmen of Eradication roared angrily. They got down from their mounts and quickly formed a circular formation. Each of them stepped forward with their left feet and slanted their right, swords to protect the person beside them. This was the defensive formation that Constellation was famous for, returning light formation. At this moment, a figure slowly stood up from the pit that Ralph and Chris had created. Then, the figure flickered and disappeared. "Please wait here for a while and rest." Yodel gently placed Thales on the balcony of the 3rd floor. He saw Chris' figure emerge from the dust and then disappear. "We will take care of the rest." Then, Yodel also disappeared before Thales' eyes. In the next moment, Yodel's grayish short sword with a crisscross cross appeared in midair. It clashed with Chris's sharp claws, who was charging toward the 3rd floor. Sparks flashed in the air. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, a piercing sound assaulted everyone's eardrums. But surprisingly, there was no collision of air. Yodel and Chris, 2 supreme-class elites who could be considered the best in the world in the Western Peninsula, roughly understood each other's strength after exchanging a few moves. They split up. This is the ability to move through shadows. Chris' expression was cold. His right claw pierced deeply into the wall of the 2nd floor and fixed himself on the wall. As someone at the peak of supreme class, even in Constellation, you should not be a nobody. Is it because the light of the kingdom's wrath is too bright and has been overshadowed? The old man said coldly. The battle between the blood thralls and the guards did not attract his attention at all. All his attention seemed to be focused on Thales on the 3rd floor. As usual, Yodel did not say a word, and his emotions could not be discerned. His strange figure stood lightly and illusory on a window pane on the 2nd floor. He looked like he was on the verge of falling, but he never fell. Under the manor, the blood thralls and the round formation finally clashed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the first dull thud came from a violent collision between a blood thrall and a guard. The sharp sword beside the guard slashed open the blood thrall's body with its two sharp edges, while the blood thrall's claws and nails tore through the warrior's armor regardless of the cost. The same scene quickly appeared at every point of the round formation. The scene immediately became chaotic. Amidst the chaos, Thales noticed that Rolana Corleone was roaring furiously and leaping towards his direction. But before she could reach him, she was forced to take 2 steps back by a long silver metal chain that meandered in the air. Your battlefield is here, you blood-sucking B*TCH. As her words were filled with anger, Thales saw a black-haired woman in her 40s. She was dressed in a suspicious light blue female court uniform. He did not know her at that time. She whipped her chain violently in front of Rolana. Rolana sneered. Her body flashed, wanted to leap out of the range of the metal chain sword. But the moment her body swayed, her neck was firmly entangled. The part of her neck that was entangled by the chain was actually emitting green smoke with a hissing sound. This is a silver chainsword, B*TCH. The female court official, Gines, roared angrily with a displeased expression. For all of you, I have used up all my capital. At that moment, Istron's eyes turned red and turned into a pool of blood. He leaped into the air and attacked Thales as well. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, Istron roared furiously. He crossed his claws and parried a silver sword that was aimed at his chest. Mr. Gilbert, who had dismounted from his warhorse and was working together with 3 swordsmen of eradication to charge past the blood slaves and stand firmly in front of the door on the first floor, looked at Istron with dissatisfaction. He raised the silver sword in his hand and made a standard starting gesture for a duel. Please stay away from that child. The battle between the blood slaves and the swordsmen was still going on, but Thales watched in exhaustion as the 3 blood clansmen pounced on him again and were continuously stopped by their troublesome opponents. The prince suddenly understood. They don't want me, he said in his heart. They want something on the 3rd floor. That place must be their weakness. The sounds of the battle between the blood slaves and the swordsmen continued. The 3 blood clansmen and the 3 warriors were still fighting fiercely. When he thought of this, Thales' gaze was filled with suspicion and fear, but he still firmly pushed open the door to the balcony. After he pushed open the door, his weak body immediately collapsed in the room. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, however, a dull and strange sound attracted the prince's attention. Thales panted softly and raised his head. Under the moonlight outside the balcony, he slowly saw the dim room clearly. Especially the one in the center, which was connected to countless blood vessels, had complicated patterns, and the words were difficult to understand. The huge black coffin. Asterisk thud. Thud. Asterisk, as if awakened by something. The dull sound from the black coffin became more and more intense. It became more and more violent. Asterisk thud thud. 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 Asterisk Thales suddenly realized that his action of pushing open the door and rushing into the room was more or less a little rash. Until asterisk thud, asterisk an incredibly loud sound rose. Thales was shaken so much that he fell backwards. His eardrums rang. The lid of the black coffin seemed to explode from the inside. It shook violently and then smashed onto the ground. Thales covered his aching ears and climbed up with gritted teeth. He saw that on the edge of the black coffin that had lost its lid, a withered, charred, and filled with an ominous aura. Chapter 31. Yodel instinctively felt that something was wrong, because after a short period of confrontation and probing, the white-haired blood clansman who attacked fiercely, along with his 2 juniors, suddenly became passive. They no longer attacked, advanced, and flashed crazily and dangerously. They no longer used undetectable voices to control the blood slaves. Then, Gilbert's anxious voice rose. Yodel. Even though they usually did not get along well, Yodel immediately understood what he meant. The mysterious mass protector raised his head and saw Thales push open the door from the balcony to the house and disappear into the darkness in the house. Thales, why? As the mechanical gears behind the crystal drop lenses started turning, Yodel's vision quickly zoomed in on the third floor. However, that room was so dark that he could not see the situation inside at all. Yodel's heart became restless. His figure disappeared in an instant. In an unknown grayish-white world, a grayish-white moon gradually appeared. Then, a grayish-white iron door appeared out of thin air. Then it was connected to a grayish-white garden, grayish-white outer walls, grayish-white windows, grayish-white houses, and so on. Soon, a grayish-white Vine Manor that was exactly the same as Vine Manor in reality, except for its strange color, appeared out of thin air in this world. After an unknown amount of time, as if the sky was being pulled, a spot in the air, like the surface of water that was touched by a dragonfly, suddenly formed layers of visible ripples and spread outwards. Finally, a normal-colored Yodel gently appeared in the grayish-white world from the center of the ripples in the air. He stepped on the grayish-white Vine Manor, which was also grayish-white. He stepped on the grayish-white, deathly silent path that was almost the same as the real world, but devoid of any signs of life. In the world of shadows, the masked protector leaped from window to window in a practiced manner and climbed rapidly towards the third floor of Vine Manor. He wanted to rush to the room on the third floor from the world of shadows. However, when he was only a few meters away from stepping on the stone handrail of the balcony on the third floor, Yodel suddenly paused. This was because Yodel could clearly feel that a moment ago, this grayish-white path of shadows seemed to have been struck by a heavy hammer from every corner of it. Resonance. These two words appeared in Yodel's heart. What a familiar feeling. He furrowed his brows and gave up on climbing. The next moment, Yodel's left foot kicked the grayish-white outer wall of the grayish-white house at lightning speed. He rose in the air like a swallow and rolled backward. Within a few meters of the grayish-white balcony, where Yodel had just stepped on, a strange spatial ripple appeared. The ripple spread out in a shocking manner, collapsing all the walls of the grayish-white houses around it. This ripple was a shocking blood-red color. This blood-red color instantly spread across the entire grayish-white shadow path. Yodel, who was tumbling in the air, sighed without anyone noticing. Transparent spatial ripples appeared all over his body. This Yodel's spatial ripple canceled out the incoming blood-colored ripple. A few seconds later, his figure disappeared into the void. In the real world, below the observation deck on the third floor of Vine Manor, a bloody mist shrouded a large area of space in midair. It expanded and contracted as though it was vibrating rhythmically. Yodel abruptly revealed himself amidst this strange vibration. Yodel, who had revealed himself, tumbled and looked at the bloody mist surrounding him. He furrowed his brows in midair. It had been 12 years, and once again he was forced out of the shadow path. It was done in the same way as back then. What awaited him was a well-prepared ambush. The bloody mist stopped vibrating. A suffocating aura swept up countless droplets of blood and attacked him at high speed. The bloody mist condensed into an old, blood-colored right hand in the air. It struck out a seemingly light palm at Yodel, who was in midair and had nowhere to borrow strength from. It went straight for his chest. But before the palm could get close, the clothes on Yodel's chest and abdomen made an ominous, sizzling sound and shattered in the air. If one observed carefully, they would discover that the surroundings of the blood-colored palm were filled with fine bloody mist that corroded all obstacles it encountered. For example, Yodel's heart, and he was stuck in midair, unable to dodge. The shadow path could no longer provide him with protection. In midair, Yodel, who was facing imminent disaster, could only calmly retract his chest and abdomen. He curled his body into a strange shape and increased the time it would take for him to meet the palm. A little more than a second passed. A lot of things happened in this little more than a second. The dark and gloomy short sword instantly appeared in Yodel's right hand. In the blink of an eye, the sword in Yodel's hand flashed, and he slashed 3 times in a row. None of the 3 slashes hit the dangerous blood-colored palm. But the gears behind Yodel's crystal drop lenses spun rapidly. The fine bloody mist that filled the air appeared in his eyes, as if it had nowhere to hide. Yodel waved his short sword and caused 3 ripples that were invisible to ordinary people to appear in the terrifying bloody mist. The bloody palm attacked without any resistance. It was only 1 second away. The gears behind Yodel's lenses spun in a different direction instantly. The color of the crystal drop lenses changed, and so did his field of vision. The 3 ripples shook the blood around him, and behind the blood-colored palm, a special droplet of blood spun irregularly in the vibrations. In the next moment, Yodel's short sword drew an afterimage at an incredible speed and pierced the irregular droplet of blood. Asterisk shick. Asterisk, the tip of the sword gently tapped the palm formed by the bloody mist. Then it swiftly retracted. He did not waste even an ounce of strength, but he was not stingy with any bit of energy either. In the palm formed by the blood mist, a drop of blood that was neither too big nor too small shattered. Then, the originally aggressive blood-colored palm instantly dissipated into nothingness the moment it was about to land on Yodel's chest. Yodel landed lightly on the ground. On the left side of his chest and abdomen, a piece of clothing that had been seriously corroded by the bloody mist turned into ashes, revealing a hidden muscle. The skin on the surface had long since corroded completely, and blood flowed out. The bloody mist that filled the air gathered behind the disintegrated bloody palm. It reformed into Chris Corleone's lifeless figure in front of Yodel, but it could not reform into his right palm. Yodel did not even look at the wound on his chest and abdomen. He allowed the blood on it to stain the hem of his robe until his muscles automatically contracted to stop the bleeding from the corroded wound. Chris furrowed his brows and swung his right arm. A new crimson palm bone grew out from his missing right wrist. It was mixed with the bloody mist, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, muscles and skin formed again. The wound on Yodel's chest and abdomen seemed to be much more serious, but Chris' right hand grew out again, and it was completely unharmed. However, a haze seemed to fill Chris' heart. He knew that in the dangerous battle where the supreme class elites decided life and death in an instant, the proud immortal had already lost to this mortal behind the mask. At first, Yodel entered his unique path of shadows and disappeared from this world. However, he continued to move forward on the other side of the world. Immediately after, Chris used the omnipresent bloody mist to form tens of thousands of droplets of blood. With a sudden eruption and a powerful resonance, he forcefully shook the brilliant masked protector out of the shadow he enjoyed alone. Yodel, whose path was abruptly cut off, fell into Chris' trap in midair. The bloody mist, which was filled with a weak corrosive power, used the attraction of the origin blood to condense into a palm that was even denser and attacked Yodel. Yodel had no way to borrow strength, dodge, or enter the shadow. Yodel was at an absolute disadvantage, but it was only for an instant. Yodel used the rapid turn of his body to gain more than a second. In this short period of slightly more than a second, Yodel confirmed the location of the origin blood among the tens of thousands of small blood droplets. He destroyed it and shattered Chris' right hand while he was at it. The outcome of the battle between the supreme class elites was decided from this. Yodel only lost a palm-sized piece of skin and the outer wall of some veins. Chris, on the other hand, lost a drop of origin blood that represented the blood clan's exuberant life essence under Yodel's sword. It was a drop of origin blood that could only be formed after more than 100 years. Chris sighed. What an outstanding young man. What a terrifying latecomer. What beautiful skills and astonishing instincts. It looks like I was ignorant when I compared the kingdom's wrath to you. As Chris spoke, his body flashed again, and he avoided Yodel's phantom-like sword strike. Even the kingdom's wrath can't do better than you. Yodel ignored him. He stomped on the ground and charged toward a window on the second floor. But Chris stood in front of him again. But there's nothing you can do now. Chris moved. While he avoided Yodel's attack, he also delayed Yodel's footsteps towards the third floor. The immortal old man did not stop talking, but his words were filled with the chilling insight of a long-lived person. Based on that boy's age, he's probably the smartest and calmest mortal I've ever seen in my 600 years of life. Chris, who had lost a drop of origin blood, no longer hoped to kill or even defeat this opponent. Supreme class elites were all dangerous people with vast power and high realms who could control them at will. With just a few moves, they had a clear understanding of the direction of the battle. But he could not let Yodel disturb Her Highness's meal, especially since that infant mortal might be the key to Her Highness's awakening. Unfortunately, his curiosity and sense of danger were too strong. Even though he knew that reinforcements were near, he could not help but take the initiative to attack to save himself and defend himself. He probably could not stand the feeling of his fate being in someone else's hands. We only feigned an attack a few times, but he keenly noticed that the third floor might be our weakness and weakness. His curiosity and sense of danger made him unable to help but push open that door. But he did not know that that was where we wanted him to go. His Highness needs his blood and strength. Young man, it's too late for you. At this very moment, that mortal boy has already become Her Highness power. Chris' eyes sparkled. For the first time, there was respect and admiration in his tone when he addressed Thales. Yodel's short sword trembled slightly. When Thales saw the charred, withered hand that stretched out of the strange black coffin, he was stunned for a whole 5 seconds. Intense memories flashed back to his mind, invading every cell in his brain once again. He grabbed a familiar scene from the void. He only heard the same delicate and gentle voice, but it spoke rudely at that moment. Wuxia, you're hurting me. It's just a rewatch of a classic. Do you have to be so scared? In Thales' ears, his voice from his previous life was filled with fear and trembling. I thought it was The Godfather or something. Who would have thought that you would want to watch The Grudge in the middle of the night? This is a classic that will be handed down from generation to generation. Okay? Look at how cute Kayako is. Be gentler. My skin is still tender. Damn it, she appeared. You have big boobs? Help me block it. You think my boobs are big now? Why do you usually... Oh, if you're scared, just close your eyes. I can't help it. By the way, can we turn on the lights? She climbed down. Wuxia, go back to your chair obediently. Damn it, my lady, don't pause your drawing here. I have to go up and down the stairs every day. Okay, the moonlight was blocked by dark clouds. In the darkness, the memories from his previous life that flashed in his mind for no reason were interrupted by a terrifying roar. The sound was like a drowning person suddenly waking up from a state of suspended animation. But to Thales, who was deeply poisoned by his previous life's memories, it sounded like the shrill howl of a 1,000-year-old malicious spirit that was awakened overnight. Thales shuddered and came back to his senses. He was stunned to find that the ghostly hand that seemed to be grabbing the edge of the coffin suddenly pulled itself out as the terrifying roar rang out. A wrist that was as rotten as a mummy's. A forearm that was charred black as if it had been burned by hellfire. A shoulder that looked like it had been bitten by countless ants. One by one, they were exposed outside the black coffin along with the hand. The ghostly hand and the main body that was connected to it, which was barely humanoid, seemed to be slowly crawling out of the black coffin. Then a bone-chilling head slowly emerged from the edge of the coffin under the slightly exposed moonlight. This skinny head had long, white, and wilted hair. Its entire face was charred black and rotten, and its disproportionately large black mouth and nose were actually a bottomless darkness. Thales only felt goosebumps starting from his scalp and spreading to his fingertips. Under the cover of the white hair, it opened its pitch-black mouth. The large black mouth split open all the way to its ears. A shrill roar traveled into Thales' ears. The boy's skin crawled, and he almost fell to the ground. This monster did not stop. It crawled out of the black coffin slowly but rhythmically, as if it was feeling its surroundings. From its head to its upper body, from its left arm to its right arm, the head finally crossed the edge of the coffin, and its entire upper body fell to the ground. Finally, the left hand that was as shriveled as a ghost gently touched the ground. At that moment, Thale's mind was blank. He trembled slightly and slowly inhaled a breath of cold air. At that moment, the head that was stuck to the ground seemed to have sensed something. It paused for a moment, then slowly raised its head in Thale's direction. The shriveled white hair fell to the sides, and its face was slowly revealed. It was facing Thales, and where the eye sockets should have been, but Thales saw there were two large, irregular black holes. The boy almost fainted from fear. This looks like a dried corpse that hasn't been completely burned, but it seemed that after transmigrating, the rich experience on the streets had made him a lot braver. Even though Thales was afraid, he still trembled and picked up what little rationality he had left in his brain. No matter what that thing is, Thales thought silently as he shuddered. I have to escape. Even though it looks scary, it's not fast. I just have to. Thales tried his best not to think about the scenes in the horror movies from his previous life. He turned his feet and twisted the comfortable children's leather shoes that Gilbert had prepared for him, even though they had been greatly worn out during the running. He was prepared to rely on his speed to escape from this dangerous place. I just have to wait for Yodel's rescue, Thales thought. But the moment he turned his leather shoes, the demon-like monster suddenly pounced out of the coffin. It was like a headless demon that had been blindly swimming around, suddenly awakened. The shrill roar rang again. Thales, who was filled with terror points, was so frightened that he turned around and wanted to run. Chapter 32. There was a problem. What did it feel like to watch Kayako climb down the stairs with a fast-forward button on? At that moment, Thales must have been crying angrily as he answered carefully. That's how I feel. Because of the evil spirits, corpses, and monsters behind him. Who cares what they are? Is it important? Thales, who had yet to recover from his shock, was crawling towards him on all fours while dragging his damaged and charred body with incredible agility and strangeness. F***CK. Thales was scared out of his wits. He did not even think about whether this creature had intelligence, whether it could speak, whether it could communicate, and whether it could talk without fighting. At that very moment, Thales, who was running for his life in the small room, could even feel the liquid in his eyes gushing out without restraint. But Thales soon regretted his decision. There was no other reason other than that the monster-like mummy's speed was much faster than Thales. It roared and leaped, pouncing on Thales from behind. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales, and the mummy rolled on the ground. The 2 days of being unlucky seemed to have worked. Thales subconsciously pulled out JC's dagger with a backhand and stabbed it at the mummy with a trembling hand. He stabbed the mummy's heart, if it had one. But Thales was horrified to find that the mummy, which had been pierced by the dagger, was not affected at all. It lay on his body and opened its terrifying black mouth towards his neck, revealing its similarly charred and irregular sharp teeth. Could it be that it was too scared that its hand trembled and missed? Thales felt the weight on his body. Strange, it's not heavy, he thought fearfully, but it was too late for him to regret. Asterisk rip. Asterisk with a dull sound that sounded like leather being pierced. Thales felt hopelessly that the mummy had bitten through his neck. Thales opened his mouth in pain, but he could only let out a hoarse, muffled cry due to his lack of stamina. Under the effect of the pressure, all the blood in Thales' body surged towards the ruptured artery. It's over, Thales thought in despair. Those who kill must be prepared to be killed. He thought of this sentence and Quide, who had died unwillingly while clutching his neck. Thales laughed bitterly in his heart. This was retribution. Strangely, the blood that was supposed to be gushing out of his body was quietly and orderly flowing out. Into the mouth of the mummy? Thales, who had his neck bitten, saw from the corner of his eyes that the mummy was like a water pipe that was being squeezed by irregular water pressure. From its mouth to its neck, chest, abdomen, and every other part of its body, it continued to swell and contract slightly. Like a thirsty traveler, he frantically sipped at the spring water. The mummy seemed to be sucking blood. In a few seconds, as he lost more blood, Thales' consciousness began to grow numb, but the consciousness at the bottom of his heart became clearer. It was so clear that everything in his mind had reappeared in front of his eyes. Wuxia, you're afraid of ghosts. What would you do if you really ran into a ghost? Can you not mention this? After watching Ju-on the night before yesterday, I still don't dare to go upstairs after dark. Don't be afraid. If you really touch it, bite its neck. If it's those with no neck or a broken head, lunatic. Stop right there. Stop. When you're tired of writing your thesis and raise your head to stretch, it suddenly appears. The former Wuxia took a step forward angrily and used the most familiar method to block that person's mouth. Then, amidst the sweetness in his mouth, he caught a glimpse of her smiling eyes. Her eyelashes were long, and her eyes were clear. Really cunning and sinister. Wuxia closed his eyes in hatred and continued to peck at his spoils of war, or perhaps to offer his tribute to the real victor. Another memory entered Thale's mind. However, this memory seemed to be different. After it entered his memory bank, it did not sleep peacefully with its kind. Instead, it instantly spread, became bigger, and trembled. Thales, who was completely immersed in the memories of his previous life, was abruptly pushed out of this illusory consciousness. Thales opened his eyes abruptly. At that moment, he felt as if he suddenly had strength. The mummy was still desperately sucking blood, as if it would not stop until it sucked him dry. Then, the 7-year-old boy's hand firmly and forcefully grabbed its shoulder and neck. If I really touch it, the prince clenched his teeth and grabbed the mummy's body. He used all his remaining strength to raise his head desperately. Just bite it. He opened his mouth and revealed his small teeth. Bite the neck. He was like a mindless creature. He bit the mummy's neck fiercely, like two lovers kissing each other's necks. Time seemed to have stopped again, until a cracking sound rose out of nowhere. The burnt mummy's neck did not seem to be as hard as imagined. Thales actually managed to bite off a piece of it. In his rage, Thales fiercely chewed on a piece of meat of unknown quality and swallowed it. A sentence that did not fit the mood suddenly flashed in Thales' mind. Chicken-flavored crunchy. Then, he continued to crazily and eagerly bite the mummy's wound, just like the vampires in Tuval family. Then, a fishy and salty liquid suddenly surged into Thales' mouth. The crimson liquid flowed into his throat in big mouthfuls as the prince sucked it desperately. Just like how his own blood flowed rapidly into the mummy's body like a pump, the fishy and salty liquid in the mummy was also rapidly sucked in by him. However, the mummy did not seem to have any intelligence, nor did it feel anything, just like Thales, who had gone mad and whose mind was blank. However, just a few seconds later, he and the burnt and rotten mummy shuddered at the same time. Immediately after, the mummy seemed to shudder and suddenly let go of its blood-drinking mouth. It let out a shrill cry and pushed Thales away abruptly. After Thales was pushed away, he was stunned for 2 seconds as if he had just survived a disaster. Then, he immediately extended his hand and touched the wound on the carotid artery. Strangely, there was no blood flowing out of the neck that should have been covered in blood. There were only 2 warm, numb, and sticky wounds on the wound. In the dark room, the mummy seemed to have found something called fear. After it pushed Thales away, it covered its neck, which was also bitten. Thales' dagger was still stuck in its chest, and it limped towards the black coffin it crawled out of. Thales was not stunned. He stood up shakily from the ground and realized that his almost completely exhausted strength had recovered a little. It was the taste in his mouth. Bah! It was a little disgusting. Wait a minute, that mummy, what's going on? Even though countless question marks appeared in his mind, he still pounced on the mummy that was fleeing in a flustered manner without hesitation. What goes around comes around. We have a score to settle. Thales roared, extended his hand, and pulled it down. The mummy rolling on the ground did not stop. Before Thales could use his teeth to communicate with it again, it leaped at an astonishing height, grabbed the edge of the black coffin, and flipped itself into the coffin in an unsightly posture. Thales, who had grabbed one of its legs, fell into the huge black stone coffin with it. Asterisk plop. Asterisk Thales felt as if he had fallen into a pool of water. A warm, Moist liquid surged through his entire body. This smell? It's fishy and salty. Is it blood? Thales hugged the struggling mummy tightly from behind. Before he completely lost consciousness due to drowning in blood, Thales smiled under the blood. Fortunately, he thought vaguely. Fortunately, this thing still has a neck, and its head is not broken. An unknown amount of time passed. Thales woke up in the black coffin that had mysteriously dried up. When he opened his eyes, Thales struggled to sit up. The first thing he did was to cough violently, coughing out blood and water from his body. Cough, 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 cough. Thales licked a foreign object in his mouth. He instantly reacted, and in a fit of disgust, he spat it out. He panted again and recovered for a few dozen seconds. Thales' right hand immediately touched the side of his body. It was a cold, burnt sensation. That mummy? Thales continued to search until he was sure that the mummy that had chased him like a dog had been broken into a dozen pieces and scattered in the huge coffin. The prince exhaled and chased away the disgust in his mouth. It was dark inside the black coffin. He continued to search the cold bottom of the coffin. When he touched something that looked like a flight of stairs, he forced himself to tiptoe and climbed out of the black coffin that was as tall as a person. This thing doesn't look like a coffin, but more like a children's swimming pool, Thales thought. He understood how the small mummy climbed out of such a tall coffin. He finally climbed out of the black coffin with his hands and feet and fell to the ground with a thud. The familiar sounds of battle rang in his ears. There was no lack of women's reprimands and the count's loud commands. Face down, Thales rubbed his shoulder that hurt from the fall and struggled to prop his upper body up. He did not know how the battle outside was going. Then, Thales raised his head. He was stunned. There was a person standing in front of him. A small person. To be precise, it was a small figure with long silver hair that fell to his shoulders. He looked pitiful as he stood under the moonlight and staggered. With force, he took a step. With force, he took another step. The small figure paused with each step and even swayed as she walked towards Thales, who had just climbed out of the black coffin, until she stood in front of him with great effort. She had red pupils, a pale face, delicate skin, delicate limbs, and a cute face with a little baby fat. But this small person was looking at Thales on the ground coldly, condescendingly, and even arrogantly. Thales was stunned for a long time. He thought about it for a long time before he climbed up from the ground with a heart full of doubts. Then he saw the person's entire body clearly. The person still did not say a word. She only stared at him coldly. After a long time, Thales seemed to have suddenly realized something. The abnormal 7-year-old boy blushed, which was rare for him. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Little girl. He lowered his voice in shame, hesitated, stammered, and asked meekly. He hesitated, stammered, and asked weakly, "Why? Aren't you wearing clothes?" The naked little girl stood alone on the ground. She was a head shorter than the skinny 7-year-old boy. She looked at the boy with an unfriendly gaze. Thales felt awkward when he did not get a response. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere only lasted for a few seconds, because Thales suddenly saw that there was a dagger stuck in the chest of the little girl. There was a dagger stuck in it. The blood on the dagger had not dried up yet. 2 words were carved on the blade. JC. Thales' hand, which was scratching his head, suddenly became stiff. The boy was not a fool. Besides, even if he was a villain in a novel who was protected by a retarded aura, at this point his intelligence should have gone online. Of course, he remembered how he stabbed the dagger into the mummy's heart. But the naked little girl, who did not seem to notice anything was wrong, still stared at him coldly. She did not say a word. Her round face was expressionless, and Thales' figure was reflected in her blood-red pupils. Thales gently put down his hand and adjusted his breathing. His vision switched back and forth between the cute and strange little girl in front of him and the terrifying mummy of a malicious ghost in his memory. This is really strange. Thales exhaled deeply. The naked, red-eyed child, mummy, was still staring at him with that gaze like a statue. Anyone who had been stared at by this thing for so long would have felt their hair stand on end. Thales gulped and pretended to smile in a relaxed manner. He thought about it again and swallowed the question, "What brand of sunscreen repair cream is this?" Now is not a good time to test the waters. Although she looked cute, if she was the mummy just now, it was unlikely that she would have any rationality. "Who are you?" A childish voice rang in front of him. Yes, although the little girl's gaze did not change. But the words that came out of her mouth were still relatively clear, understandable, and rational. Compared to the roar of a malicious ghost from before, it sounded sweet, cute, and wait. Thales widened his eyes in surprise and carefully observed this extremely strange little girl with silver hair and red eyes. She could speak. She was rational. She did not wear clothes. Bah, she could communicate. Chapter 33. A long time ago, before Prince Tormund led the survivors of the final empire to point at the stars above their heads and swear an oath to build Constellation, Eastern City District was just a suburb in the northeast of Eternal Star City. As Constellation's national power rose and its territory expanded, the power structure of the upper echelons of the kingdom began to expand. The number of suzerains, nobles, and officials increased. The important people in the capital did not want to live in the same area as the vulgar merchants, ordinary citizens, and even those filthy prostitutes, thieves, and thugs. Hence, they all built their homes in the northeastern suburbs. Gradually, this area became the gathering area for the nobles to build their manors in the capital. Soon, it was brought under the rule of Eternal Star City by the town hall, and it became the most important city district after the Central District and Morningstar District. The suzerains who guarded the four corners of the city, the popular people in the court of the capital, and even the exiled dignitaries of foreign countries all liked to build their manors here. The area was filled with the properties of nobles and officials of various sizes. There are almost no residences or markets for commoners. Even the people who came and went were mostly servants and subordinates of the various families and forces of power. Aside from the ridiculously high land prices, there was also an unwritten rule in Eastern City District. The land buyers must choose a location that matched the buyer's status. You probably don't want to know what happened to those who violated this rule. Even though the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families each had their own manors in the suburbs of the capital, they had also built their own properties in Eastern City District. Naturally, they were all located in the best locations, regardless of whether the nobles of these families came often. Precisely because of this, the different manors in Eastern City District were very far apart from each other. However, the grass and trees between the manors were maintained by the town hall to be lush and strong. The main road was also built to be wide, grand, and stable. Every 20 meters, there was a large, everlasting lamp provided by the town hall to illuminate the area. As for the police officers and city guards patrolling this avenue, they had to be cautious. Even their superiors couldn't bear the consequences of offending these big shots. Secondly, they could also be at ease. Under normal circumstances, when the police department and the city guards needed to intervene, the nobles often had their own ways to deal with it, so they didn't have to worry about it. As the captain of the city defense team who patrolled the main road in Eastern City District all year round, the sword and crossbow on Jenna's body had almost never been used over the past 10 years. However, his helmet and armor were as bright as new. When he ran into the carriages of the nobles on the road, he was used to tidying up his armor and retreating to the side, taking off his helmet and saluting them. In the words of the police chief in Eastern City, they should have changed their heavy helmets into hats a long time ago. Taking off their helmets and saluting them was just too comical. Jin had treasured his job very much. He knew how much effort his comrades had put in to get him, who should have been dismissed from the army and made a living on his own, to join the capital's city defense team. Moreover, he was assigned to the Eastern City District, which was stable, peaceful, and occasionally gave him tips. As a farmer who was born in the countryside of Doran County in the south, Jinnad's colorful experiences were definitely worthy of being sung by bards. More than 10 years ago, when he was about 19 years old, Jinnad no longer remembered his birthday after his father passed away. His village was struck by a natural disaster, and the village was then attacked and plundered by bandits. Unable to survive, Jin had signed up to join the Starlight Brigade that Duke John, who was heading south, recruited and established. He fought bravely and had a bright mind. He was lucky enough to survive the dangerous battle to defend Jade City. He once took the risk of carrying 2 bags of flour and followed the main army during the retreat at Walla Passage. He then bravely followed the Duke's personal army and broke through the encirclement of the Land of Tusks. Before we meet up with the other troops, we owe you money for the 2 bags of flour. Duke John, under the orders of his superiors, he once followed the troops into the welcoming banquet held by Earl Dale's family. He watched as the Duke, who was a guest, subjugated their private army without batting an eyelid. In the decisive battle at the Plains of Fire, he even rushed through the bombardment of the Mystic guns and cut down a battle axe. He once led a small team under the Duke's 9-pointed star flag and withstood the last desperate counterattack of the rebel army at Blades Edge's Gap. Jin had heaved a deep sigh and cursed the day where both victory and sorrow existed at the same time. Then, he waved his hand at his team members and made way for the knights holding the iris flower flag on the other side of the line. That's right. There were 34 knights from the Covendier family. They did not have carriages with them. They were probably the subordinates who worked for their master. The 2 leaders seemed to have superclass or above. As for the others, judging from their movements on the horses and the positions of their weapons, they were all just for show. Jin had pursed his lips without anyone noticing and retreated to the side. In just over a year's time, he had been promoted from a normal supply soldier to a combat recruit, then to an axeman, an infantry captain, and the most glorious personal guard of the Duke. Jin had turned from a farmer who did not even know how to hold a sword into an excellent military officer who had been through hundreds of battles. The rare battlefield experience had also made him a rare existence, even among ordinary classes. As long as he had 3 to 5 companions to form a formation, he would not be afraid, even if he ran into superclass warriors. Even in the days after the Starlight Brigade was disbanded, Jin had still remembered the guidance of the respected captain of the Duke's personal guard in the Starlight Brigade. He had never slacked off in his training. He had seen countless knights during his most dangerous days. These warriors on horses were famous for their charging power. There were noble warriors who were brave and had extraordinary skills, but there were also cowardly playboys who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Of course, under Duke John's command, there were far more of the former than the latter. That was why Jinnid could tell with just one glance that the 2 leading knights had calm expressions and smooth movements. Their bodies were slightly bent, and they could exert their strength on the horse at any time. There was a sword at the side of their waist and on the saddle, and the sword were very close to their dominant hands. It was obvious that they were elites who had more or less experienced on the battlefield. These elites, who were superclass and above, would definitely be the officers of a battle squadron on the battlefield. Regardless of whether they were the vanguards, ambushes, defenses, reserve troops, or even the personal guards of the commander, these people were indispensable pillars and even the core of the army. For example, there was the famous Baron Alcram Murch in the kingdom. Right now, one of the 2 knights who brought more than 20 people and were supposed to overtake them stopped his horse and rode towards Jennett. City Defense Team. This was a knight with sparse hair. He was in his 30s, and the light green plate armor he wore was clearly a handmade aristocratic family heirloom. With a straight face, he looked down at Jennett, who was leading the group, and scolded him. We saw the hoof prints of a large group of horses on the road. At this time, there shouldn't be so many cavaliers in Eastern City District. Did you meet them? Are you supposed to appear now? Jennett thought disdainfully in his heart as he stared at the noble knight under the tricolor iris flowers. However, after 10 years of working in the city defense team, his edges had long since been ground away by reality. The former Duke's personal guard lowered his head in a humble and submissive manner and answered, "Honorable sir, the suzerains are the ones who can mobilize a large number of private soldiers in Eastern City District. We dare not interfere with their affairs." Seychelles. Duke Zayn's trusted knight furrowed his brows. "Did you meet these cavaliers? Which family are they from?" What flag are they flying? Jinid was silent for a moment. Around 10 minutes ago, the 32 cavaliers that passed by ranged from ordinary class to superclass. The noble who was leading the group was agile, but he was obviously not a soldier. There was even a woman following behind him, but Jinid did not see them flying any flags. However, as someone who had served under Duke John for many years, how could he not recognize the soldiers' movements, their equipment, and the style of their shields? In the past, many of the people in the Duke's personal guards were once the Duke's private soldiers from his family. They followed the Duke to the south and became his personal guards. Among those people, some of them had saved his life, and he had also saved their lives. Almost all of them were people whose backs he could entrust to him. Good men, and a good woman, as expected of the warriors under the 9-pointed star flag. Yes, Jin had told himself once again. Those 30 or so cavaliers are from the Jade Star family. They are the private soldiers of the royal family. Most importantly, they are the people from Duke John's family whom he swore to die for. Yes, honorable sir, Jin had answered resolutely. We met them just now. They did not show any flags. I do not know where they went either. The former personal guard of Duke John bowed. How ironic. Back then, when he was under the command of Duke John, the king's younger brother, no one taught him how to salute nobles. Yet on the second day he arrived in the capital, a low-ranking official from the city hall angrily asked him to learn the standard salute posture. They are nobles, do you understand? Jinid's former superior in the city defense team. However, this ordinary captain of the city defense team would probably not know how great of an impact the information he was hiding would have on the future of himself and all of Constellation. Seychelles furrowed his brows. He reached into his money pouch and grabbed a handful of silver and gold coins, which he had inadvertently grabbed, and threw them back into the pouch. Then, he scattered the remaining copper coins to the soldiers of the city defense team. Your tips, he said. Then, he turned his horse around and chased after his companions. Don't think too much, and don't bother about the affairs of the other families. Just do what the Duke has ordered you to do. Both of us are here. As long as we don't barge into Renaissance Palace, there is nothing that the capital cannot solve. If those vampires do not cooperate, they will only die. Seychelles returned to the front of the cavaliers and listened to the other noble knight beside him, Cassine, speak softly with a calm expression. If there are other families, why didn't they show their flags? 30 to 40 unknown cavaliers galloping into Eastern City District at night. How long has it been since something like this happened? Seychelles still spoke carefully. Having traveled through the chaos of war in the Eastern Peninsula, he had learned to be cautious and meticulous from the people of the Eastern Sages. His Majesty's 48th birthday is coming up soon. This birthday is too crucial. The nobles' messengers, suzerains' envoys groups, and even spies from various countries, representatives from the Tower of Eradication and the Churches of the Gods, as well as forces of various sizes hidden in the dark. It can be said that the entire world's attention will be focused on the capital. And all the great families in the country are also making their moves in many ways, whether openly or secretly. It is very normal. Aren't we doing the same? And we are working hard for it. Cassine turned his head and said flatly, if you are really worried after you are done with your task, just go back and report it. This has nothing to do with our mission. Let's hope so. Seychelles touched the sword at his waist and thought of the captain of the city defense team with a sharp gaze just now. He then said absent-mindedly, let's hope it is not the other family's actions. Don't worry, Lord Seychelles, Cassine said slowly. At this moment, other than competing with the royal family, all actions towards the 19 noble families will be seen as betrayal. How can the traitors of the nobles succeed in the king's selection? A bright light flashed in Jine's eyes. She avoided 2 blood slaves who were madly charging towards her. With a shake of the silver-chained sword in her hand, she tied them up. The other 2 swordsmen of Eradication from the Jade Star family moved forward in coordination and pierced their hearts with the silver swords in their hands. But the female official instantly sensed something. She knelt down and rolled to avoid a sharp claw that suddenly appeared. The female blood clansman, Rolana, missed her attack. She turned around in anger and parried the two silver swords. Then, she screamed and quickly retreated with a hissing sound. My newly grown right arm is still very rusty. It limits my abilities, Rolana thought hatefully. That damned half-crippled psionic. You blood-sucking whore. Aim more accurately next time. I've seen too many of the crimes committed by vampires in the city. I have even personally captured a blood count from the oldest family. Jine sat up in a shrewish manner. With a flick of her slender arms, the chain sword instantly locked onto Rolana's left leg. She wrapped the chain sword around her right arm. An inexplicable, copious amount of strength surged out, and she pulled it hard. Rolana, who had avoided a flash of the sword, staggered and was immediately pulled to the ground. She screamed as she was continuously dragged away. This female mortal's strength. Is she a monster? Rolana roared furiously and gripped the ground tightly to resist Jine's monstrous strength. But before she could stabilize herself, another silver sword pierced towards her. This damned sword formation, Rolana cursed in her heart. Facing such an enemy, her extraordinary speed and special abilities could not be unleashed at all. The astral formation was a circular defensive formation. It was the main body of the formation. A few smaller teams could emerge from the outer edges of the formation and act as the tentacles and probes of the entire formation. In a chaotic battle, they could also advance and retreat agilely. As for the blood slaves, Rolana carefully avoided the silver sword while resisting Jine's monstrous strength and kicking away the swordsmen who attacked her. Under the siege of the sword formation, the number of blood slaves became fewer and fewer. After all, how could an irrational monster defeat a battle-hardened swordsman? Gilbert, Jines roared furiously and tightened her grip on the chain sword in her hand. Where is that child? We have been held back by these two and a bunch of lunatics for so long. You better have a reasonable plan. On the other side of the formation was the entrance of the big house. There, Gilbert held a sword in one hand and a staff in the other. He worked well with a few swordsmen of eradication and surrounded the golden-haired Istrone. Yodel is being held back by the other party. That guy is also in supreme class, Gilbert said with a frown. But since we are being held back here, we can only trust him. You are all useless men. Gilbert did not care about Jine's scolding. He turned his attention back to Istrone, who was in front of him. It was this blood clansman with extraordinary speed who had kidnapped Thales under the noses of the 8 guards and killed them along the way. Istrone's unique innate gift was speed that far surpassed that of a normal blood clansman. Even though he was still in superclass, his speed was enough to surpass most of his peers. However, just tonight, he had encountered 2 opponents among the mortals who were also in superclass, but were completely unafraid of his extraordinary speed. One of them was Blood Bottle Gang's Nikolai. Istrone had seen the first few moves of that guy very clearly. Nikolai could not compete with Istrone in terms of speed, but for some unknown reason, after a few moves, Nikolai's speed and reflexes actually became faster and faster. At the most crucial moment, Nikolai's fist speed and reflexes were actually on par with the Blood Clansman's. If it were not for Chris' sudden intervention, Istrone even felt that Nikolai's speed would eventually surpass his. The second opponent, Istrone felt his skin crawl. It was the middle-aged noble who looked elegant and noble, but who made him feel fear. Like Nikolai, Gilbert could not keep up with his speed either. However, this noble used his own method to forcefully restrain the high speed that Istrone was so proud of. The silver sword in Gilbert's right hand was very steady, and his footsteps were filled with the elegance of a noble in a duel. However, Istrone was not worried about his sword. The golden-hair blood clansman could easily deal with such sword speed, and he could even overturn 2 swordsmen while he was at it. What he was worried about was the staff in Gilbert's left hand. Compared to the standard swordsmanship, that walking stick was like someone else's. Every time Istrone dodged or parried the silver sword, just as he was about to counterattack, the strange staff would strike him from the air. It would strike precisely at the direction where he was prepared to counterattack, or at the critical point where he could exert his strength, forcing Istron to retreat in frustration. Then, he would fall into the encirclement of the other swordsmen. Just because of that strange staff, Istron even felt that he was not the one holding Gilbert back, but Gilbert was the one holding him back. However, Istron did not know that he had fallen into Gilbert's trap right from the start. The key to the martial arts passed down in Gilbert's family was not his staff, but the sword in his right hand that conformed to the rules and seemed ordinary. Sir Chris, the golden-haired noble's ears twitched. He heard his cousin Rolana's soft murmurs in the midst of the chaotic battle. It's very difficult for us to hold on any longer. Has His Highness not woken up yet? If we really can't hold on any longer, let's retreat with the ancestral coffin. They did not know that at that moment, Chris, who was holding Yodel's short sword in a death grip, had a face full of shock and disbelief. This emotion even infected the opponent in front of him, Yodel, who was behind the mask. Chris whispered something. Only Yodel, who was opposite him, and the Blood Clansman, who had extraordinary hearing, could hear it. The two Supreme Class elites stopped fighting, let go of each other, and retreated separately. When Rolana and Istron heard Chris's murmurs, they opened their mouths wide at the same time. However, they immediately retreated quickly, only dodging and not counterattacking. Soon, the people who were fighting in the chaotic battle on the empty ground realized to their surprise that the blood slaves were also roaring and retreating to the side. They did not even care if their heads were chopped off by the swordsman beside them. Gines, who was in the sword formation, looked at Gilbert in surprise. The latter was still frowning as he pondered over the situation before him. They did not have to wonder for long. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk a few children's footsteps could be heard hurriedly coming from the house. Along with the footsteps, a childish boy's voice could be heard. Everyone, just like that, all the people on the empty ground saw the bare-chested Thales panting as he dragged the silver-haired little girl behind him, who was wearing his shirt. They ran out of the door on the first floor of the house and arrived at the empty ground of the manor. Before he could see the situation before him clearly, Thales used all the strength of a 7-year-old boy, and with his muddled mind, he used all the expressions he knew to shout at the sky. All of you stop. We are allies. Friendly_fire. Knock_it_. Chapter 34. The moonlight shone on the empty ground of Vine Manor. Everyone stared blankly at the two children on the ground. For a moment, there was complete silence. Thales lay on the ground, panting. There was nothing on his naked upper body except for the bandage on his wound. He only felt cold and pain. The silver-haired lowly in his arms pressed on his shoulder and propped herself up with a blank expression. She saw the bandage on his chest and the burn wound that was the size of a silver coin underneath. She sniffed the blood on it and revealed an expectant and intoxicated expression. This expression scared Thales so much that he quickly sat up. Before this dangerous Blood Clan girl, whom Thales had long imagined to be a boss monster that could turn into a blood-sucking mummy at any time, could bare her fangs, he pushed her away from his arms. Yodel and Chris instantly appeared in front of the two children. "I'm fine, Yodel. Don't worry." Thales saw the wound on the secret protector's chest and revealed a tired smile. The latter took off the cloak that was on top of his tights and draped it over Thales. Thales nodded. "Before that, there is an urgent matter that must be dealt with." He turned in another direction. There was a large pit there, and at that moment a legless, half-dead person was lying there. The Phantom Wind follower, Madeira Ralph, a free fighter who had broken free from his shackles. A survivor who did not want to die to be free from pain. "Mr. Gilbert, please save that person." Thales' eyes dimmed, but he said firmly to Gilbert in the distance, "If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until all of you appeared." Also, the prince said in his heart, "He's the first person I've truly saved in this damned world." Gilbert nodded and commanded the swordsman of eradication beside him to save Ralph. "Your Highness." Chris' deathly still face was now filled with excitement. He knelt on one knee in front of the silver-haired lowly. There was already a blanket in his hand, and he draped it over her with trembling hands. Thal's shirt was not big enough and was torn in many places. It only covered the little girl's knees. The little girl's 2 white calves below her knees were exposed. When Chris thought of this, he glared at Thales with a fierce gaze. Although Her Highness had a noble status and did not care about the gazes of ants, as the loyal butler of the Corleone family for more than 600 years, Chris naturally had to consider everything for his mistress. "Your Highness, you're finally awake." The cute red-eyed little girl nodded expressionlessly. She held Chris's hand habitually and said word by word in the tone of a superior. "Chris, you did a good job." The little Lolita's chubby face was expressionless as she mumbled in a childish and cute voice, I'm sorry. Loyalty will be rewarded." Beside him, Thales took 2 seconds to understand the meaning of this sentence. Loyalty will be rewarded. Then he burst out laughing. Such serious words coming out of the mouth of a young Lolita with missing teeth was truly a tragic sight. Chris, who was nodding gratefully, glared at him. "You are, Your Highness?" Rolana and Istrone appeared in front of the little Loli with shocked and bewildered expressions. The former looked at her short stature and asked cautiously, "Your appearance, how did it become like this?" The little Loli raised her crimson eyes and looked at Thales with a complicated expression. She then said nonchalantly, "As long as I drink recovery brew, I will return to my original appearance." After she finished speaking, the little Loli looked at Thales, who was trying hard to hold back his laughter. She did not seem to realize that there was a problem with her pronunciation. So, with a cold expression, she asked with a slightly puzzled tone, "What is it that you want to show off? What is it that you want to show off?" Thales could not help but laugh out loud. This time, the 3 blood clansmen looked at him with unfriendly gazes. Istrone even looked at him with a layer of wariness and respect. "No, cough. The boy quickly covered it up with an unprofessional cough. "There is nothing to show off. Cough, sorry." Gilbert, who had finished restraining the swordsman of eradication, walked over with Gines. The former leaned on his cane, took off his hat respectfully, and said, "Honorable Mr. Thales, and this cute blood clansman lady, perhaps you do not mind explaining the current situation to us?" Thales stopped smiling and glanced at Gilbert gratefully. "Mr. Gilbert, thank you for your rescue and sacrifice." However, he suddenly felt that the charming lady in her 40s behind Gilbert was looking at him with a complicated expression. The meaning in her eyes was unfathomable. Is this that boy? He and that person's son? Gine's gaze immediately darkened. Thales did not think too much about it. He turned his head and continued. "Let's postpone the self-introduction for now. Enough blood has been shed tonight. Because of this, and this." When he said this, he glanced at the little Loli, who was obviously childish and adorable, but had to keep a straight face. He paused for a moment. "Little sister Serena Corleone. Lady." Looking at the red-eyed Loli's unfriendly expression, he quickly changed his words. After a friendly and pleasant discussion, the little Loli, Serena, suddenly felt an itch on her neck. She pursed her lips without anyone noticing. "We have decided to put down our grudges, end our hostility, and form an alliance. I will provide Princess Serena with my blood on a regular basis, and Princess Serena and her subordinates will serve me until..." Before Thales could finish speaking, he felt Yodel's hand, which was holding him, tighten abruptly. Then, he was anxiously interrupted by 2 people. "Why do we have to serve you? We can use other benefits in exchange. At most, we could just leave." This was the red-haired and unfriendly blood clansman, Rolana. "Mr. Thales, your blood? It's too dangerous. How can this be?" This was Gilbert, who was eager to protect his master. However, Thales only suddenly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. This was a gesture he often used to calm down discussions that were becoming more and more heated and out of focus when he led university students during discussion classes in his past life. Both of them stopped talking at the same time. The prince took a deep breath. Thales left Yodel's support and ignored Gilbert's obstruction. He slowly walked towards the blood clansman and said softly, "You will serve me in exchange for my protection, and I will provide you a group of political refugees who have no home to return to in Constellation. You can only use Corleone's name to cheat for food and drink under the symbol of the iris flowers. I will provide you with a better protection than the master of this manor." Chris, Istron, and Rolana's expressions changed at the same time. They looked at Serena. However, the silver-haired, red-eyed lowly only snorted coldly. "I didn't tell him anything. He figured it out himself." Figured it out? Not getting along with Blood Bottle Gang. Not being on the same side as the master of the manor, Istron's words about with our current situation and the coffin on the third floor that looked like a swimming pool, but was actually a large nursing ward. The prince thought silently in his heart. Isn't it obvious when I sum up all these factors and signs? He knew that the blood clansmen opposite him were extremely wary of him. However, it did not matter. At least the current problem was solved. Thales turned his head and looked at Gilbert and yodeled sincerely. "Gilbert, yodel, please believe me. I will provide blood for Her Highness Serena's speedy, cough cough, recovery under the condition that her health is not compromised. I used this promise in exchange for my safety just now and Princess Serena's friendship." Gilbert stared at Thales for a long time. However, Gines, who was behind him, took a step forward with a complicated gaze. She spoke softly, "Gilbert, this is the promise he made. It is also the promise his family made, just like him in the past." She added silently in her heart. Gilbert heaved a deep sigh and nodded at Thales. "Of course we believe you, but I will report to—" Thales chuckled softly. He turned around and brought the blood clansman into the other people's line of sight. He said softly, "Then, let me formally introduce." However, before he could finish speaking, Chris, who was beside him, took a solemn step forward and spoke solemnly. "You do not have to worry." In front of everyone, he gently supported the little lowly beside him. The latter walked forward unsteadily. "She is the true heir of the Corleone family, the head of the 7 great clans in the Eastern Peninsula's Night Kingdom, the legitimate and legitimate ruler of the Hill of Pain, Her Highness Serena L.A. Van Corleone." Chris looked at the few humans with a haughty gaze. Behind him, Rolana and Istron had glorious expressions on their faces. Serena, with the appearance of a 5- or 6-year-old lowly, lowered her round face and curtsied with her non-existent skirt. She then raised her head expressionlessly. Thales pursed his lips in his heart. She looked so powerful. Gilbert and Gines looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. More than 600 years ago, after the earth-shattering Battle of Eradication, just like many other races with a long history, the Blood Clan also split into 2 branches in the east and west of the Sea of Eradication. The 13 noble clans went their separate ways towards different continents. The 5 clans in the Western Peninsula formed a family alliance and the Dark Knight Parliament to occupy Grand Banquet Hill. To be exact, they occupied a piece of land and called it Grand Banquet Hill. The 8 great clans in the Eastern Peninsula established a king-like rule. They took root in the eastern coast of the Sea of Eradication under the name of Night Kingdom. Over the past 600 years, compared to their relatives in Grand Banquet Hill who were in a state of disunity and were even forced to sign the Convention of Human Kingdoms and Immortal Races, the Blood Clansmen in Night Kingdom were more united and powerful under the powerful rule of the infamous Night Wing King, Laurie Corleone. They even participated in the affairs of the peninsulas extensively. During the Second and Third Peninsular Wars, they sent out the Sacred Blood Army, which was formed by elite Blood Clansman warriors to participate in the wars. During the latter, the Night Wing King even personally led his army to attack Dragon Cloud City, the capital of Extet, the Blade of the Western Peninsula. However, 200 years ago, the politics of Night Kingdom changed drastically. The Night Wing King, Laurie Corleone, disappeared mysteriously. The 8 great clans suffered a great blow to their strength. The Hollier family even betrayed them and crossed the sea to seek shelter in Grand Banquet Hill's Dark Knight Parliament. From then on, there were only 7 ruling clans left in Night Kingdom. They also lost the only elite who could break through to the real-world level. Under the attacks of the Church of Dawn, they gradually declined. The Dark Knight Parliament of Western Peninsula's Grand Banquet Hill and the 6 great clans worked hard to improve their rule. They reformed the rotten and old system, carried out extensive diplomacy, and even became one of the allies of the Fortress Treaty. They called themselves the 6 upper branches of the Blood Clan. And this little girl in front of him actually said that she was the master of the Hill of Pain in Night Kingdom, the nest of the Corleone clan where the Nightwing King was born. Gilbert raised his head and spoke respectfully. Forgive me for being presumptuous. However, based on what I know, the current master of the Corleone family and the actual ruler of the Hill of Pain should be the Night Queen, who is also the current master of Night Kingdom. The Weeper, Her Majesty Caterinelle Evan Corleone. Gilbert deliberately emphasized the words Night Queen and Her Majesty, emphasizing the difference between her and Serena's Highness. Thales yawned, causing Chris, who was already in a bad mood, to glare at him angrily again. Serena's red eyes narrowed slightly. She pouted and took a step forward. My crybaby sister, Katerina, illegally seized the ship's profits that I inherited from my father, His Majesty Nightwing, and stole the Bloodsea throne. But one day, I will ascend the throne again. Her cheeks, which were filled with baby fat, tilted slightly. She clenched her small hands tightly on her chest, closed her eyes, and recited the Corleone family's motto. Long reigns the blood. Istrone and Rolana's expressions immediately became solemn. They humbly lowered their chests and clenched their fists tightly over their hearts. Together with Chris, they took a step back, lowered their heads, and chanted, Long reigns the blood. This. Thales was speechless. Why don't you shout, unify the world? Your help and resources will occasionally be rewarded. Serena opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Thales. She subconsciously licked her lips. Like biting open my neck? Thales rolled his eyes and avoided the little lowly's fervent gaze. He said perfunctorily, Wow, then I can't ask for more. It's my honor. Serena's small face puffed up, as if she was a little dissatisfied with Thales' attitude. Istrone looked at Thales' strange attitude and remembered that he was probably using this attitude to order him around. He felt an inexplicable sense of sullenness. Looking at His Highness' expression, he flashed a cold smile and said to Thales, Little one, I'm afraid you don't understand the Night Kingdom on the other side of the sea. I'll put it this way then. Even if your enemy is the Supreme King of Constellation, with the support and protection of our Sacred Blood Army, he will definitely not dare to make things difficult for you. Right after he said this, Rolana, who was beside Istrone, felt that something was not right. The expressions of the few people opposite them were very strange, especially the middle-aged noble with a strange expression and the black-haired woman who looked displeased. Chris furrowed his brows, but he could not stop the golden-haired blood clansman from speaking. After all, he had fought against the other party before. He knew that the masked person was an elite at the peak of supreme class. Thales' face twitched a little. Being cocky is an illness that needs to be treated. Thales scratched his head and said to the little lowly, Then it's time for me to introduce myself. I am Thales. I'm about 7 years old this year. In the past, at this moment, Gines, who looked displeased, walked up to them rudely. But just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Gilbert. The gray-haired noble sighed. I guess that the alliance between us will not be too short, and Princess Serena also needs time to prepare for her return to the throne. Then, why don't we be honest with each other? Count Gilbert Casso raised his head. His gaze was solemn as he briefly said a few words. This is Thales. This is Thales, the next Supreme King. Constellation's next Supreme King. A long while passed. Just when Thales felt as if even the air had been petrified, a gust of wind finally blew past. Hee about that. He laughed awkwardly and waved his hand at the 4 petrified blood clansmen opposite him. Thank you for your Sacred Blood Army's support and protection. Chapter 35. At least 30 cavaliers broke through the gate. From the manor's empty space to the dungeon, there are signs of intense fighting everywhere. In Vine Manor, Lord Seychelles, who was a knight under the tricolor iris flower flag and wore a green patterned plate armor, frowned as he stroked the manor's metal gate, which had been deformed by the impact. Many of the knights around him spread out and searched the corpse-strewn but empty Vine Manor, trying to find even the slightest clue. The thin-haired Lord Seychelles said cautiously, "A large-scale battle broke out between both sides." A large-scale battle broke out between the two sides. At least half an hour ago, this place was probably still in chaos. It's obvious that the Blood Clansmen lost the battle. The corpses on the ground only belong to the Blood Thralls, and it matches the number reported when the fleet transported them across the sea. From the wounds on the corpses, the other party used high-purity silver weapons. They came prepared. The Blood Clansmen from the Corleone family are all missing. If they were not completely wiped out and their corpses were taken, they were captured alive, escaped, or even all three. No matter what, we do not have to worry about the secret they are hiding anymore. If they did not fall into the enemy's hands, they were destroyed without a trace. Seychelles' heart sank. With his right hand, which was covered in an iron glove, he stroked the few strands of hair he had left. Another voice came from behind. "The only good news is that the Duke did not intend to use them, so they do not know our plans and actions." The neatly groomed Lord Cassine, another titled knight, stood up from beside a blood thrall's corpse on the ground and looked at Seychelles. "It's my fault. I'll apologize to His Excellency, the Duke, later." The neatly groomed knight Cassine's expression was terrifyingly dark. However, this noble knight did not shirk his responsibility. "I was the one who neglected the large group of cavalrymen I saw on the road. Now, it seems that they were the ones who ambushed Vine Manor. If we had advanced at full speed, we might have been able to intercept them." However, Seychelles did not think so. His instincts told him that there was something fishy about this group of cavaliers who ambushed Vine Manor. Even if they intercepted that group of people, it might not end well. Even if he and Cassine were supreme class knights of eradication. However, Seychelles knew that this was not the time to strike a blow to his good friend. He was already full of self-reproach for the mistake he had made, due to his carelessness earlier. There are two problems that need to be solved urgently. Seychelles swept his gaze across the mottled walls of the manor and walked into the house. First, who exactly are they? Secondly, why did they come? Cassine followed his friend into the hall. Even though he had smelled blood earlier, he couldn't help but turn around when he saw the bloody scene in the hall. Unlike Seychelles, who used to work as a mercenary in the Eastern Continent and live with a blade every day, Cassine's background was much better than his peers. Back then, when the old Duke personally conferred him the title of knight, he was still an excellent swordsman of eradication who had just completed his studies in the Tower of Eradication. He was a young boy with a bright future ahead of him. Ever since he had become a Lemeter knight, it had been a long time since Cassine had experienced bloodshed outside of the tournament. "Let's send our men out right now. If we search for them in all directions, we might be able to find some clues about these cavalrymen." Cassine looked at the corpse on the table with disgust and frowned. If they are from a certain family, then entering the manors of the great nobles in the Eastern City District would be the best cover. But his colleague, Lord Seychelles, shook his head. He thought of the rabbits that ran all over the grasslands of the Eastern Continent. No matter how many exquisite traps the Kissery herdsmen set up, they would always find a way to survive. Their natural enemies were the falcons that soared in the sky and took in everything that was happening around them. Seychelles followed the bloodstains and walked in the direction of the dungeon. He objected, "We are already high-profile enough. Send people to search for the manors in the Eastern City District? After we offend all the upper echelons of society and Constellation, we should be able to find clues about them. Since we can't find out who they are, then we can only find out why they came." Cassine picked up an everlasting lamp and covered his mouth and nose. He cursed these bloodsuckers who were insatiably greedy for food. He walked down the stone stairs into the dungeon that reeked of blood. His muffled voice echoed between the two dark walls. This is a temporary encampment lent to Blood Bottle Gang to receive and hide the elites from the Corleone family. However, neither Nikolai nor the Corleone family can be seen. Behind Blood Bottle Gang is us and the Cullen family. This is an open secret in our circle. As for the helpers from the Corleone family, they have always been our secret contacts. Once they are discovered, it is very likely that they will follow the clues to our plan. All the families who participated in New Star would more or less know about that plan. This is nothing to worry about. Lord Seychelles did not feel anything strange as he walked in the thick, bloody air. He calmly analyzed the situation. I have already sent someone to report to His Grace. Blood Bottle Gang will contact us soon. However, what secret is the Corleone family hiding? Why would they attract such a group of people? Cassine raised the everlasting lamp and tried his best to maintain his appearance. He stopped at a ruin in the dungeon and looked around with a puzzled gaze. It could be seen that the ruin was originally a prison cell. However, at that moment, it had completely changed. It looked as if it had experienced terrifying destruction. The iron bars, chains, and wall stones were all shattered into small pieces. They were scattered all over the limited space in the prison cell. It was as if someone had cut it into minced meat. The dungeon is also the Blood Clan's blood bank, Seychelles said coldly. It seems that someone does not like this place. Whether it is the vampires or the Blood Bottle Gang, or even the invaders, why did they destroy the dungeon like this? To vent their anger? Cassine asked, puzzled. They were not the ones who destroyed the dungeon. Seychelles picked up a small piece of black, mysterious stone material that was engraved with some strange patterns and words. His expression was solemn. This is a prison cell. I'm afraid that a certain terrifying character who was locked up here has escaped. The cavaliers who charged and worked with him to cleanse this blood-red manor from the inside and outside. If Thales were here, he would probably applaud this thin-haired knight. His guess was very close to the truth. Cassine frowned as he looked at the extent of the destruction in the dungeon. He exclaimed, "This degree of destruction can only be done by a supreme class elite." No. Seychelles' gaze suddenly became extremely strange. He held the mysterious black, loose material in his hand and said, "Based on its shape, this stone is probably a part of some shackle. I suspect that it is this shackle that chained that mysterious person." In the next moment, he flung the black stone in his left hand into the air. Seychelles' gaze sharpened, and the cross-shaped saber on the left side of his waist was instantly unsheathed. The sharp edge of the sword cut through the mysterious black stone. In that instant, there was no sound. A second later, invisible ripples spread through the narrow dungeon along with the compression of the air. They tore huge, deep cracks on the walls around them. Cassine, who was behind him, nodded in admiration. This perfect sword strike was a perfect blend of precision, extreme speed, and ingenuity. Even the fortress flower could not compare to this. The sound of the sword cutting through the stone was finally heard. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound was clear, and sparks flew everywhere. Asterisk boom. Asterisk at that moment. The strong wind caused by the swing of the sword reached his ears. Wherever the momentum of Seychelles' sword passed, the walls around them would fall uniformly. Wherever the strong wind passed, dust would fly in the air in the prison cell. The everlasting lamp in Cassin's hand was instantly extinguished by the strong wind. The strong wind disappeared. Seychelles' expression did not change. He returned his saber to its sheath. Cassine covered his mouth and nose. Although he hated the dust, he still lit up the everlasting lamp again. He bent down and rummaged through the soil and rocks. When Cassine brought the mysterious black stone in front of Seychelles, the two of them looked at each other. The two supreme class knights of eradication saw shock and fear in each other's eyes. The black stone that was cut by the supreme class elite sword was now lying in Cassin's hand without a scratch. The two of them were silent for a long time until Cassine spoke with difficulty. "Looks like I was wrong again. This level of destructive power." Cassine turned his head with a steely expression and looked at the shattered prison cell. His face was full of disbelief. Even a supreme class elite could not do this. 11 o'clock at night. In the bedroom on the third floor of Mindy's hall, Thales, who was the main character of the discussion between the two supreme class knights in Vine Manor, was sitting awkwardly on the bed. His clothes were clean and tidy again. He stared blankly at the female official who was in her 40s but still as charming as ever. She had a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. She was scolding someone. Unfortunately, Thales thought, if only she could be gentler. This is the heir of the kingdom that you are looking after? Are you barbarians? What His Majesty entrusted to you is his bloodline, the future of Constellation, not a giant gray lizard that can survive if you throw it on the island. You can't even take care of the giant gray lizard in this state. The dignified female official was using a domineering roar to reprimand His Majesty's two most trusted subordinates, Count Gilbert Casso and Guard Yodel Cato. However, the latter two obediently lowered their heads and accepted a reprimand. His daily diet is just bread and beef? Do you know that his body is still growing? Did you give him a bath or not? Don't tell me that wiping him with water is considered a bath. Can't you see that the wounds all over his body need to be carefully cared for? Bandages? Where are those? Didn't you teach him how to wear his clothes properly? Don't use the lack of time as an excuse. What kind of bedding did you find for him? This kind of quilt and pillow is practically a child killer. You actually don't allow him to appear outdoors? Do you know how important sunlight is for growth? Safe? Don't find excuses. Wasn't he abducted right under your noses when he was indoors? Move that little vampire girl's room 100 meters away from here. What? There's no such room? Then go and dig one out for me immediately. From tomorrow onwards, aside from protection and teaching, both of you are to stay 10 meters away from him. You two useless men. After a long while, when Gines finished lecturing in anger, she chased the two useless men out of Thales' room. Go and prepare everything on the list immediately. Gines! Then, she suddenly turned around. Thales, who was holding a glass of water and watching the show on the bed, was so frightened that he shrank back half a meter. Looking at Gines' fierce gaze that had yet to fade away, the boy remembered his former high school class teacher. However, Gines only looked at Thales hesitantly and with a complicated expression. In the end, she sighed softly. She forced a smile and tried her best to speak gently. Don't be afraid, Thales. You are very safe now, and you will always be safe. During the month you are in Mindy's hall, I will be in charge of your daily life. Thales gulped and nodded. Thank you, Gines finished his sentence gently. I am Gines Bajkovic, a first-grade female official, your father's loyal friend, vassal, and, how should I put it? When she said this, Gines paused for a moment, as if she was thinking about something. But in the end, she still raised her eyebrows, as if she was thinking about what words to use. She said decisively, and his lover, Thales did not manage to hold himself back and spat the water on the bed. On a road not far from Mindy's hall, Yodel appeared out of thin air. He knelt down on one knee in front of a strong and burly figure. You should go in and take a look, Yodel said hoarsely, but the strong figure only remained silent. After a long while, just like 12 years ago, you always make choices that deviate from your original intentions, the strong figure said slowly. Even though you know his background and have met his mother. Yodel knew that the man was not talking about Vine Manor. But you sent Gilbert here. Yodel lowered his head slightly. You are also hesitating. The strong figure did not speak for a long time. Finally, he raised his head and glanced at the lights in the room on the third floor. He turned around decisively and left under the escort of a group of elite guards in silver armor. Chapter 36. Gines did not say anything else. After treating his new wounds, she told Thales to rest well and promised that she would return his life to normal the next day. Then, she left his room. But that night, Thales still did not sleep well. His experiences over the past few days were too complicated and bizarre. The thrilling events in Red Street Market, the shocking secrets in Mindy's hall, and the desperate struggle to survive in Vine Manor had exhausted him, who had overused his brain. To make matters worse, even at this stage, Thales still could not get used to the soft bed beneath him. It was as if his habit of falling asleep as soon as he touched the pillow from his previous life had disappeared without a trace. Sigh. Thales rolled his eyes. After baking countless pancakes, he habitually rolled off the bed, walked to his special spot in the corner, and curled up to lie down. As expected, hard ones suit me better. Thales licked his lips. 2 days ago, at this time, he was still worrying about the safety of the other 5 child beggars in an abandoned house and brewing his great escape plan. After that, his life was full of upheavals. He was like a rootless duckweed in the wind, struggling desperately in this world full of malice and misfortune, doing everything he could to survive. I just want to live well. But with this identity, Thales looked at the top of the fireplace. In the dim inner room, he could vaguely see a huge 9-pointed star pattern. Live well, be a free man, and so on. Thales sighed deeply. It's probably just wishful thinking. Moreover, Thales raised his right hand with a dull gaze. Under the moonlight, he looked at the wound covered by bandages. What kind of power is this? Thales recalled the instant explosion and light when he unlocked Ralph's shackles. And that lowly vampire. Thales felt a lingering fear when he remembered her mummified appearance and the 2 almost invisible round holes on his neck. And now, Thales was also sure that the memories from his previous life that flashed back in his mind were not fragments. What kind of memories could support me to suddenly burst forth with extraordinary energy and willpower during the most dangerous moments? In the 5th year since he transmigrated, Thales was disappointed to find that his doubts and puzzlement towards this world did not decrease. In fact, they increased. Thales was still woken up under the blanket and on the bed. He did not know who stuffed him back in his sleep. However, the atmosphere today was obviously different. The first person to wake him up was Xianxia. She patiently explained to the flustered Thales how to wear the clothes that belonged to nobles. Secondly, his breakfast had changed from bread and beef to delicious cakes and milk. The guards in the hall were busy, carrying items that had just arrived today into the hall. Then, Gilbert appeared with a solemn expression and informed him that Thales' private, customized lessons would start at 9 in the morning and last until 9 in the evening. This made Thales truly feel that his daily life was now completely different. This was because the first class in the morning was already filled with content that he had never come into contact with before. After the events of the past few days, after careful consideration and careful decision, young Sir Thales, after breakfast, Thales was led by Xianxia to the backyard of Mindy's hall. On an empty space that had been cleared out and was covered with soft sand, Gilbert Casso leaned on his exquisite staff and stood in front of a dazzling weapon rack, sword targets, arrow targets, sandbags, hitching posts, and a young horse. Gilbert Casso told Thales in a serious tone, "That's right. We believe that you urgently need basic training in fighting skills and self-defense skills. A child who grew up by Lord Mon's side should naturally be proficient in horsemanship and basic swordsmanship. Rest assured, we, mainly Madame Xianxia, will ensure that the training will not affect your existing wounds." What? Thales took a deep breath. He was surprised to see Xianxia take a step forward and say to him coldly, "Don't be surprised, child. Morning is the best time for physical training. Since you are the future heir of Constellation, you must naturally have a body that can bear this heavy burden. And I will ensure this." Thales looked at Xianxia's mature figure under the morning sun. She was dressed in the elegant attire of a female court official. He looked at the empty surroundings and scratched his head. Why isn't Yodel teaching me? He seems to be very powerful. The image of the secret protector's swift body movement technique that allowed him to move through the city surfaced in Thales' mind. Are you expecting a supreme class elite, who is rare in the entire kingdom, to teach a newbie the most basic things? Gilbert, who was at the side, took over the conversation. He put his hands behind his back and said, "Also, please believe me, Yodel's method does not suit your identity and characteristics." Thales nodded, not really understanding. What is supreme class? At this moment, Gines clapped her hands and walked to the center of the field. She crooked her finger at Thales. Gilbert will explain this theoretical knowledge to you during training. Now, attack me with all your might. I want to evaluate your existing foundation. Thales stared dumbly at Gines, who had her hands behind her back and was standing still in the field until she urged him again. All right, training and leveling up. Isn't this what the seniors love the most? The boy finally exhaled. He thought about it and decided not to pull out his dagger. In the next second, Thales charged towards Gines with the street skills of a qualified child beggar. Combat is the oldest and most long-standing skill in human history. Gines did not even move her leg to support herself. She easily tripped Thales, who was charging too hard. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Gilbert then slowly began his explanation. The history of humans is a history of continuous battles against other races and against ourselves. Thousands of years ago, in the battle for the right to live in the world, humans gradually summarized the skills and rules of using weapons or barehanded combat. Thales was tripped for the second time. He fell on the training field with his face covered in dirt. Compared to other races, humans, whose physical attributes were much lower, relied on mastering these skills to win against the strong, to fight against the strong, to fight against the strong, and to fight against the strong. A long time later, among the warriors who mastered superb skills in battle, a portion of them awakened powers that even humans could not imagine in their bodies. Those powers have endowed human beings with choices other than struggle and resistance in the world. Different powers have endowed them with different advantages, ranging from extraordinary speed to agile reactions, to superb insight, to extraordinary strength, and so on. This time, Thales nimbly dodged Gines' tripping leg and cleverly grabbed her high boots. However, he was immediately kicked down by Gines' ingenious strength. These humans, who were a level above them, relied on these powers to ride rare war horses and lead skilled warriors into the dangerous world. These were the earliest batch of knights. Gilbert heaved a deep sigh. He watched the disheveled Thales fall on the ground for the fourth time and continued, and the powers they awakened to were collectively known as extraordinary power. Today, after the final war, people, especially swordsmen, like to call it final force. It was also because of the appearance of extraordinary power that the world first had a division of powers. We used to call those warriors who were skilled in battle and who could use their fighting skills ordinary class. As for those who have mastered supernatural powers or powers that are equivalent to them, their control and observation skills are meticulous and peerless. They have already surpassed the limits of mortals, so, when he said this, Gilbert's eyes shone brilliantly. We call them superclass. Enough. Gines raised her left hand and stopped Thales, who was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue charging forward. She pushed him down on the sand. He is quick-witted, good at dodging, and knows how to exert his strength to the greatest extent. However, his body is not fully developed yet. I know what to teach him. Gines exhaled, turned around, and took out 2 wooden swords and shields from the weapon rack. She threw the smaller one to the flustered Thales. It's really heavy. Thales strenuously straightened the shield and imitated Gines. He used the leather belt on the back of the wooden shield to tie the shield to his left hand. However, he immediately realized that this posture placed a great burden on one of his shoulders. Thales grabbed the wooden sword with his right hand. Damn, compared to JC's dagger, this wooden sword is as heavy as the water tank in the abandoned house. Turn your body sideways. Place your left foot in front and your right foot behind. When you are defending, place your center of gravity behind you. When you are attacking, place your center of gravity forward. Raise your shield and aim it at your enemy. Use it as your center of gravity and protect your chest. Gines' words suddenly became cold and strict. No matter when, raise the shield in your left hand high up. There are only 2 situations where you can put it down. You die, or the enemy dies. Thales raised his left arm with great difficulty. Soon he felt sore. Swing your right arm. Use the sword as your second forearm. Use your shield and the weight of the center of gravity in the front of your body to swing it like a whip. Thales, who was already panting from exhaustion, raised the sword in his right hand shakily. He tried his best to swing it left and right while he heard Gilbert's words. At that moment, Count Casso's words were filled with nostalgia and reverence. Ah, the Northland military sword style, which has a long history, sword arts of the Northland military. In the bard's poems, it is the mortal's last weapon, the knight's sturdy body, the northern ice and snow barrier, and the orc's nemesis on the battlefield. His next words made Thales widen his eyes. Chapter 37. 2 hours later. Pay attention to your footsteps. Steady your breathing. The key to the iron body style lies in your feet. The moment you are attacked, adjust the distance between your legs and divert the force. If you don't want to die, raise your shield towards the enemy. Jine's clear voice rang, followed by a merciless slash. Thales clenched his teeth and swung the sword in his right hand, causing his body to spin. The blood vessels in his left arm bulged as he tried his best to lift the disproportionately heavy wooden shield with the strength of his shoulder. He bent his right leg slightly and prepared to slide away according to the force of the impact to cushion the blow. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Gilbert, who was watching the fight by the side, closed his eyes gently. After Gines hit the lower part of the shield, Thales lost his balance for the 25th time and fell on the sand again. This time, he was exhausted and could no longer lift the shield in his hand. Damn it! The boy panted heavily and tried his best to lift his head and chest, but the heavy shield pressed down on his left chest, making it impossible for him to struggle up from the ground. This lady, who is also my father's lover, has been swinging her sword continuously for 2 hours. But why does she not show any signs of physical exhaustion? The Northland military sword style originated from the ancient chauvinistic kingdom 3,000 years ago. It was formed during the era of the human kings before the ancient empire. As if he had seen through Thales' thoughts, Gilbert's voice rang in the empty ground. According to records, the ancient elves and the dragons were at war at that time, and the human kings in Northland encountered the invasion of the ancient orcs in the north. This sword style was created to fight against the ancient orcs and even the dragons, those terrifying opponents whose strength and size far surpass that of humans. Gilbert looked at Thales on the ground seriously and said softly, "This is the oldest combat sword style in human history. It was under such a huge disadvantage, in a battle that was almost hopeless, in a fight that was almost certain death, and in a charge that was almost suicidal. The first batch of knights awakened to supernatural powers, which are now known as the power of eradication. They became the earliest superclass in human history." A brilliant light shone in Gilbert's eyes. Madame Gines is one of the best among superclasses. Forget about the unique power of eradication she possesses, her observation skills, explosive power, sense of balance, and almost all of her physical attributes are incomparable to yours. The difference between her and you is like the difference between the valiant ancient orcs and the weak humans back then. Truth be told, he still did not know how he should interact with his father's lover. He looked at Gines and saw that she was exercising her wrists with a relaxed expression, as if she did not mind Gilbert's praise at all. With the further use and accumulation of extraordinary power, this power will become stronger and stronger. The knights began to learn how to control this enormous and profound power, to control that immeasurable power, and to reach the realm of being able to control it with ease. Compared to super mages, these knights who had advanced to the next level were immeasurably strong, and their techniques were unparalleled. They began to understand the essence of power in battle. They can change at will, and they're not bound by any rules. They can use the greatest efficiency and the smallest loss to end a battle. Gilbert took a step forward and nodded a spot in the air without leaving a trace. This is the extreme realm, a supreme expert who has surpassed the limits of strength. Thales stared at the sky in a daze. He remembered Asda's control over the air at will, and Yodel's ghostly movements. Gilbert looked at the sky and nodded at Gines. Ordinary class, super class, supreme class. After the humans became powerful, this system of power classification was widely spread to all races and places. Gilbert looked at the sky and nodded at Gines. The ancient orcs, ancient elves, and even psionics and started to use this classification. And all of this originated from the ancient Northland military sword style. It originated from the courage to fight against the orcs and dragons for survival. Gilbert's words made Thales fall into a daze. Now, the threat of the ancient orcs is no longer there, the dragons are no longer in the world, and the Northland military sword style is no longer in circulation. Even the Exted army, which took pride in the Northland bloodline and occupied the ancient lands of Northland, has long since abandoned this sword style. Now, the only places that have the complete legacy of the Northland military sword style are Constellation and the Tower of Eradication. Lady Gines is one of the few who are skilled in this field. Young Mr. Thales, please have respect for this sword style that once saved our ancestors and practice it tirelessly. A sword style that fought against the orcs and dragons? No wonder. Thales thought gloomily when he snapped out of his daze. No wonder I felt like a grandson when I swung the sword. When he recalled how he lifted the shield and swung the sword like an idiot, he was swung along by the sword, how he moved his feet, he was dragged along by the inertia of the shield, and how he sparred with Gines. Gines was training him. Thales felt like he had been beaten up like a grandson for 2 hours. He sighed speechlessly and fell backwards with a face full of regret. Your previous wound is already showing signs of tearing. That's all for this morning. Gines looked at the sun in the sky, threw down her sword and shield, and spoke with her usual expression. These 3 defensive styles of the Northland military sword style will be your homework for this week. As for riding a horse, Gines looked at the little colt that was happily running around a butterfly beside the stable, then at Thales, who had struggled to free his left arm from the wooden shield. She sighed, shook her head, and said, "Go take a bath. Have lunch. Gilbert has prepared an indoor class for you at 1 o'clock in the afternoon." An afternoon class? My God, do I still have to do night self-study at night? Thales, who was used to living in a regular life of smoking, drinking, and smoking, exhaled once again. He felt his entire body ache, and he closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Constellation's most respected, illegitimate child helplessly and laboriously took off the equipment on his body. He pulled his left arm out of the shield and limped into Mindy's hall. He only had an hour to bathe and eat. I have to say, his understanding and comprehension are pretty good. It has only been 2 hours, and he has already begun to understand the basic spirit of this sword style. Gilbert watched Thales leave and broke the silence. He nodded softly and said, "When I was his age, I used my body to practice with the sword, but this child used his brain to learn the sword. Compared to that, don't tell me that your observation skills are so bad that you did not notice the abnormality on his body." Gines watched Thales' back disappear, and her expression suddenly became solemn. As she spoke to Gilbert, she suspiciously sized up the air around her. I still remember that even dust 100 meters away can be seen clearly by that cursed mask. Stop sizing him up. Yodel is not nearby. Watching Gines' nervous actions, Gilbert put his hands behind his back and said in a steady manner, "Ever since Thales was unexpectedly abducted by the Blood Clansmen, he has not left his side at all times. Also, we noticed," Gilbert said with a slight frown, "that child is only about 7 years old. 2 days ago, he suffered quite a serious injury, but within 2 days, he has almost recovered. He practiced his sword style for 2 hours under the sun, and he is still fine. No wonder the bloodline lamp, which detects blood, did not react for a whole 7 years. This kind of physique can no longer be described as different from a normal person. It's practically." He sighed and tried his best not to think of another possibility in this matter. The Jade Star family is indeed the descendant of the imperial family with the longest legacy in the world. Gines was silent for a while and tacitly did not say anything else. The female official bent down and patted the dust off her boots. Speaking of vampires, why did you reveal Thales's identity to them and even invite them to stay in Mindy's hall? Do you really believe in the agreement between Thales and the distressed Archduchess? After all, he is only 7 years old, and you know very well that vampires have killed our people. We cannot trust them. And to the vampires, we are an accident that suddenly appeared. They will not trust us either. You have already said the answer. Gilbert's eyes shone brightly as he thought of the old blood clansman, whose face was dead, but full of wisdom. It is precisely because of the lack of trust between each other that we are wary of each other and even threaten each other. That is why we use our own secrets and common interests to bind each other. This is a tacit understanding and scheming in diplomacy. It is different from a clear investigation of a case. You're just trying to act mysterious and mysterious. Gines seemed to have recalled a bad memory. As she left the training field and walked into the hall, she said in displeasure, "Another Morad. Thank you for your compliment, respected Madame Gines." Gilbert lifted the hat on his head and smiled at the perfect moment. "I am extremely grateful to be placed in the same rank as the head of the kingdom's secret intelligence department." Gilbert did not mind Gines' rude disregard. He thought to himself, although that child is only 7 years old, when it comes to scheming, he is definitely not inferior to the Archduchess, who is hundreds of years old. In fact, half an hour later, when Gilbert and Gines arrived at Thales's study room at the same time, Thales, who had just taken a messy bath and was having his meal, was frowning as he looked at the expressionless, red-eyed little girl in front of him. Her attendants, Istron and Rolana, were facing off against the swordsmen of eradication guards who surrounded Thales so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. "Step back, vampire!" A swordsman guard who looked like the leader glared at them from behind his helmet. His tone was unpleasant. "You are not welcome here. Don't misunderstand. I don't like you that much, mortals." Istron's nonchalant words made the guards even more displeased. "Do you remember? I killed 8 people like you yesterday," he said sarcastically and provocatively. Thales, who was frowning, took a bite of the meticulously seasoned beef steak from the fork in his hand. He was so touched by the deliciousness that he had not eaten since he transmigrated that he gasped in admiration. At the same time, he carefully avoided the chubby little girl opposite him. Her gaze was obviously not right. "Unfortunately, this taste probably can't compare to the dog meat I ate with Jayla back then." Thales looked at the situation before him and sighed. "What a headache. You won't have that kind of chance again, despicable rat hiding in a vase." The swordsman's tone dropped to the freezing point. The silver sword that was specially equipped at his waist was unsheathed by a foot. "Try taking a step forward." "I am happy to take revenge for my companions. Or I just need to open the curtains and let you bask in the sun." Hence, the handsome blond man's expression was unpleasant. He planned to take a step forward. "Don't be nervous, boys." Rolana pulled her furious cousin back in a timely manner. Although she had a smile on her face, her tone was stern and serious. "Servants, step back. Your master has an agreement with our master." Looking at the swordsmen of eradication in front of her, who wished that they could kill them, Rolana's playful face became even more radiant. "This is what your master said. We are now allies. Shouldn't we forget our past enmity? It's just 8 lives." The swordsmen of eradication's emotions became more and more unstable. A few of them even gritted their teeth behind their helmets. "My cousin is indeed my cousin," Istron thought in his heart. "Especially when I see the guards being extremely angry but having no choice but to restrain themselves. It really makes me feel good." Gines, who was outside the room, furrowed her brows. She was about to enter the room when Gilbert grabbed her arm. The gray-haired former diplomat shook his head with a mysterious expression and pointed at the young master, sitting on the chair behind the guards. Gines revealed a puzzled expression. That was until she saw Thales, who had eaten the last mouthful of food and put down his knife and fork. He burped in satisfaction and slid down from the chair. "What should I do?" Thales pondered over this question as he looked at the 3 blood clansmen's meaningful gazes. However, he soon had an answer. "Thank you for your protection, Cora." With you around, I'm very assured of my own safety, Thales said with a smile, and tugged at the hem of the swordsman leader's armor. Cora, who Thales had poked his stomach on the first morning of his arrival to test whether the guards were actually made of stone, was the leader of these guards. He was also the one who had arranged for the guards to kill the attacking mercenaries one by one. He knew that he could not wave his hand and tell these loyal guards to retreat in an authoritative and domineering manner like most of the protagonists in the novels. Moreover, in order to protect him, they had just sacrificed 8 of their most reliable brothers and comrades. When faced with their most direct enemies, it was already a rare show of restraint that they did not immediately draw their swords and kill them. Even though they were already allies in an agreement, pretending that nothing had happened and telling their own people to retreat in front of outsiders was indeed satisfying, but it would only chill the guards' hearts. Thales' expression became serious. "I need you to do me a favor, as you command." Even though his expression could not be seen clearly, the respectful tone of the guard leader, Cora, explained everything. The swordsmen who could guard this place were the Jadestar family's most trusted and most elite private soldiers. Even though they were not informed, based on the mission they received and their interactions over the past few days, the guards already had a pretty good guess about the identity of the boy who was personally sent by Gilbert and Yodel. Because of my previous experience, I do not trust this handsome Mr. Istron Corleone and his beautiful but equally dangerous cousin, Madame Rolana Corleone. They have left me with a lot of humiliation. Their existence makes me troubled, worried, and fearful. Thales furrowed his brows tightly and said through gritted teeth. It was as if they really had a life and death feud. Istron and Rolana were shocked. They looked at the Archduchess behind them at the same time, but the latter remained calm and collected. "With just one word from you, young sir." Cora's gaze behind his helmet became even more piercing. The sword at his waist moved out another inch. "Our swords will be unsheathed for you." When the swordsmen of eradication around them heard this, they placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. Their gazes became increasingly hostile as they shared a common enemy. "Very well, I want their heads too much." Thales' face was cold as he stared at Istron. The swordsmen took a step forward in unison. They vaguely surrounded the blood clansman. Istron looked at the boy's expression, and his heart skipped a beat. Rolana put on a fierce expression and stretched out her hands. "No way." Istron felt an inexplicable fear in his heart, and subconsciously took a step back until the Archduchess' secret voice rang quietly in his ears. "Steady yourself, Iza." The childish voice could only be heard by the blood clansman, but it made Istron feel at ease. He is not going to turn hostile. But because of the sacred covenant, I cannot hurt them in my own house. So, besides this little lady, chase the other 2 people to the corridor, Cora," Thales said coldly as he pouted and crossed his arms. "If they dare to disturb my private conversation with Lady Serena Corleone." A cold glint flashed in Thales' eyes. A cold glint flashed in Thales' eyes, causing Istron, who had been traumatized since a long time ago, to feel uneasy. The prince turned his head and continued to speak mercilessly to Cora, and everyone else. "All of you will have a legitimate reason to take revenge and wipe out this humiliation. Especially that golden-haired one." Istron's heart tightened. "If our swords are unsheathed, we will definitely not disappoint you." Cora nodded with a determined gaze and extended his arm towards the door of the study room. "Vampires, you heard me. Get out. The corridor is the place that suits you." Istron, who had an angry expression, wanted to say something else, but was stopped by his cousin. Rolana hid her astonishment perfectly. She smiled mysteriously and bowed respectfully to the little lowly, Serena. Then, she dragged Istron out of the study room. Outside the room, Gilbert flashed a smile. Gines, who had a shocked expression, made way for the guards and the blood clansmen. The 2 groups stared at each other warily as they walked out of the study room and continued to confront each other in the corridor in the distance. "Good day, Mr. Corleone and Lady Corleone." Gilbert bowed in a neat manner. His elegant mustache curled up slightly. I know that the Blood Clansmen have excellent hearing. It is too easy to hear what is going on in the study room from here. I wonder if eavesdropping counts as disturbing Mr. Thales and Lady Corleone's private conversation. Cora, the guard, and the swordsman immediately walked forward with a solemn atmosphere. You want to eavesdrop? Rolana's smile froze abruptly. Istrone's face was livid with rage. Gines looked pensive as she watched the Blood Clansmen being forced out of the stairs by the furious swordsman before stopping. Gines lowered her head quietly. So what Gilbert said is true. He is really a smart and steady boy. However, he is a little too smart and steady. Thales exhaled. Under the red-eyed Lowly's slightly strange gaze, he pushed the heavy study room door shut and considerately drew the curtains to block the sunlight. The study room on the third floor had perfect soundproofing. Gilbert had assured him that even with the Blood Clansmen's hearing, they would not be able to penetrate it. Thales exhaled and said with a serious expression, "All right, we were pressed for time yesterday. Now, let us discuss the terms of the alliance agreement in detail, especially the part regarding my blood and the fact that all of you are working for me." Very good. Lady Serena, the lowly, who spoke with a lisp due to her shrunken body, also nodded seriously. We might as well include the matter of your identity in the terms that we need to discuss. Thales had a puzzled look on his face, but when the red-eyed lowly said the next sentence, his expression changed drastically. Her Highness Serena A. Corleone, the true heir of the Corleone family, the legitimate ruler of the Hill of Pain, the Archduchess, who wore the appearance of a little girl, spoke faintly and with a lisp. In other words, the problem of my right to inherit the throne as a prince has yet to be recognized. What they did not know was that while Thales cleverly avoided the irresolvable enmity between the guards and the Blood Clansmen and started negotiating with Serena, Chris Corleone was hiding behind the shadow of the fireplace chimney on the top of the study room on the third floor, avoiding the sunlight. His posture was strange, and his face was expressionless. All right. The pale-faced Chris Corleone's ears twitched. He turned his head and said, "Our people are not fighting. I think His Highness and that little friend have already started talking. Both of us are supreme class. After all, there is no need for us to maintain this awkward posture, right?" Chapter 38. The Next King? Last night, Ree's subordinates exaggerated Ree's identity. The girl with baby fat pouted. She was dressed in a child's outfit prepared for Thales. She looked comical and cute as she sat on a carpet by the fireplace. She continued to speak with an air leak, but we found out that right now, Ree is not even a prince. Of course not. The number of people in the kingdom who know that the king has a son is probably less than 2. Thales said in his heart. Am I supposed to tell you that Gilbert said that on purpose because he was unhappy with that golden-haired brat's smug look? Thales rolled his eyes in his heart. I thought. Thales took a deep breath and looked at the pair of red eyes in front of him. He said, "We talked about it in Vine Manor. Since my blood is very tasty, as long as you forget about sucking me dry in one go, I will provide you with a small amount of blood on a regular basis. As long as you enjoy my blood and work for me, I will guarantee that you will have a safe place to stay in Constellation." But Ree does not have this kind of power, Serena said slowly but surely, to protect us. All right, that's right. I am just an illegitimate child. So, it is not me, but my father who will guarantee your safety. Serena stared straight at him and suddenly interrupted him. But Ree is not Ree's father, and Ree is not the king. So, Thales said helplessly, I am very sorry, but you are already in Mindy's hall. Your secret has also been found out by us. I think the Coventier family will probably not welcome you back. Half a pint, the red-eyed lowly said expressionlessly. What? I need half a pint of Ree's blood every day. She looked into Thales' eyes seriously. Half a pint a day. Thales also narrowed his eyes and looked at the Archduchess of the Eastern Peninsula. Just for my blood? This boy's blood is different, Serena said in her heart. It was the blood that was full of vitality and power that woke her up from her murky slumber. although waking up to a fellow gnawing on my neck is not very pleasant. Serena pouted in displeasure and touched her neck. Don't forget, yesterday it was this little girl's mummified version, Thales thought in disgust. She almost took your life. When he thought about how a mummy once bit his neck like a water pump, Thales, whose emotions were complicated, turned his neck in an unnatural manner. The two of them stared at each other silently until one of them broke the silence. Are you kidding me? Half a pint a day. You might as well suck me dry. Thales stood on tiptoe and slapped the table, or else he would not be able to hit it because he was too short. He stared at her without showing any signs of weakness. Occasionally, when he thought of her mummified appearance, he still felt a little creeped out. I can't wait to suck every single drop of blood from Ree's body. Serena glared with her red eyes and replied in a serious yet creepy manner. But it's obviously more worthwhile for Ree to provide my blood for a long time. You really know how to be calculative. Thales retorted sarcastically. 3/4 of a pint a day. I need to fly back as soon as possible. Serena's eyes turned cold, and her tone was unquestionable. Do you think I'm a cockroach that has full HP and full MP every time I level up? Thales gritted his teeth as he stared at Serena. Donate blood to you every day? No way. I don't understand what you're talking about. The cold-faced lowly chose to ignore the crazy words that the boy accidentally revealed. Once a week, 2 pints. Once every 6 months. 1/10 a pint. This is for the sake of our friendly negotiation, Thales said fiercely. Once every 2 weeks, 1.5 pints. Please use your actions to prove to me that Ree is friendly. At most once a month. I also need time to produce new blood after I lose blood. Okay? Serena slowly stood up from the ground. Her red pupils stared at Thales, making the latter's skin crawl. Brat, don't test my patience. Ree can still stand here and breathe in air because I'm interested in Ree's blood. Serena's pupils shrank. Her expressionless face suddenly turned cold. If we want to leave without caring about the sacrifices, Ree can't stop us. Moreover, Serena's eyes moved mysteriously, but her pupils never left Thales' gaze. It made the boy's hair stand on end. Here hides Constellation's secret heir. Ree, would some of the suzerains and nobles be interested? Thales immediately felt his skin crawl. This damned old witch. Thales cursed in his heart, but his field research experience from his previous life made him realize that as the other party in the negotiation, he could not show weakness. All right. Thales tried his best to release a cheerful smile on his face. Your sister must miss you very much too, especially since you not only came to Constellation for a vacation, but also became a cute little chubby girl. When that time comes, I can't become the heir, and you can't return to the Night Kingdom. Since we're so compatible, Thales smiled even more brilliantly. Why don't you marry me? His voice faded away. Serena's expression did not change. Her gaze did not shift, and her body did not move. But for some reason, Thales shuddered. In that instant, he felt a bone-piercing chill. Both of them stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. In the silence, Serena spoke very slowly and uttered a sentence. That's right. It seems that Ree really wants to break off relations with me. As she spoke, Serena suddenly grinned, revealing her small fangs. Thales was shocked. His right hand, which was hidden behind his back, trembled. JC's dagger was ready and could be thrust at any time. All right then. Serena curled up the corners of her mouth mysteriously and licked her fangs. I can deal with you for more than 10 seconds at this angle and distance. Thales lowered his head and furrowed his brows tightly. He gulped hard. As long as he did not run into Chris, Yoda would be able to rush over. The guards, Gines, and Gilbert were also in the corridor, but Istrone and Rolana. Damn it. But since he had already received the worst outcome, Thales could only choose to accept it. He bent his legs slightly and spread his feet apart. He prepared to raise his left arm and hold the dagger firmly in his right hand. He was about to strike a standard iron body style, Northland military sword style. Even though I've only practiced it for 2 hours, I hope it's worth it. Thales smiled bitterly in his heart. For the first time, Serena suddenly flashed a smile that made people feel uneasy. Her childish voice rose, and it sounded exceptionally terrifying to Thale's ears. Then I can only compromise. According to what Ree said, once a month. How many pints? Thales Ree will decide. He used his left arm as a shield to block her first attack. Based on his experience with that mummy last night, he wondered if she would. Thales suddenly realized what Serena said. What? Compromise? Thale's mouth was wide open in shock. It was big enough to fit 2 of Serena's fists. I was just about to say sigh when the enemy surrendered. Why didn't they follow the script? Something even more terrifying happened later on. 2 faint dimples appeared on Serena's cute face. The little lowly smiled shyly and said, Brother Thales, I've already compromised. You have to agree to one of my conditions, okay? Thales could not react at all. He stared at her blankly. When he saw the nameless girl suddenly turn into a smiling little lowly, he simply thought, what the hell is going on? His emotions changed too quickly. He could only respond passively with a dry voice. Ahem. What condition? The little girl smiled, even more brightly. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that the pair of strange red eyes was actually quite beautiful. Brother Thales, after you become king, can you support me in regaining the throne? Regaining the throne? The Eastern Peninsula's Night Kingdom? So that's the plan. No wonder she made so many concessions. This goal is too far away. Thales scratched his head. His dagger had long since been put back into his pocket. He said a little awkwardly and hesitantly, if I really become king one day, well, according to the situation, before he finished speaking, the little lowly happily pounced on him. She crashed straight into Thales' arms. I know, Thales is the best. Thales fell hard on the carpet. But before he could pull the little lowly away from his arms, he saw a pair of red pupils staring at him with watery eyes. Looking at that pair of eyes, Thales only felt his whole body tremble. His mind was a little messed up. So much so that he could not remember what the 2 children said after they got up from the ground. In the end, the blood supply agreement was set at 1/8 of a pint per month. For this, Thales counted with his fingers. It was not much, but he still felt that he had suffered a loss. Serena suddenly turned back into the expressionless lowly, but her gaze was sharp as she said, because of this, you have obtained the help of 2 super-class elites and a supreme-class elite. Your road to becoming the heir will only be smoother. Yes, Thales thought gloomily. If you obtain the support of a powerful country in the Western Peninsula, your road to regaining the throne will be smoother. Besides, for the sake of Thales' promise, I will work hard to help you become the heir and ascend the throne. Promise. Thales' face twitched. I didn't promise her just now, did I? I didn't, right? I didn't. But, hey, what's with that cold face that suddenly turned back into? Watching the little lowly walk out shakily, Thales suddenly realized that he was drenched in cold sweat. Something is not right. Before she left, the little lowly turned her head around and asked with her usual expressionless face, "Oh, right. I have a question. What is the secret of Lee's blood? Just a little bit of it can actually wake me up? Last night, it wasn't just a little bit of blood." The baffled boy grumbled unhappily. For this question, please flip through books, search for information, search for literature, or ask my parents directly. Unexpectedly, Serena nodded seriously. If it's a fee, I will. She raised her eyes. Lee's blood and my strength, Lee's throne and my throne, our cooperation is actually very worthwhile. In the next moment, Thales was surprised to see Serena sway her small body and take a step back. For this, I apologize for my recklessness, and I pray for Lee's magnanimity and tolerance. Serena bent down again. Her chubby little hands pinched the non-existent hem of her skirt, and with a childish voice, she said softly, "The future Prince Thales Jadestar." Thales was stunned. Thales Jadestar. This was the first time someone called him that. Just like what Serena said before, he was not even a prince right now. From a child beggar to a prince. As expected, I'm still not used to it, Thales thought in distress. This which... Thales kept reminding himself of this as he was drenched in cold sweat. Even though she looked serious just now, Should I say that she was indeed the former Archduchess? As he thought of this, Thales sighed deeply. He felt that today's negotiation was a little frustrating. He extended his hand seriously and helped the little lowly up. Even though the two children's actions looked very comical, both of them became extremely serious. Your Highness Serena Corleone, I accept your friendship. Thales moved his right hand in front of the little lowly, Serena. His gaze was serious. Now we are allies. Serena glanced at him, and her red eyes flickered. After a moment, she also extended her chubby little hand and placed it on his palm. Of course, Constellation and Night, happy working with you. The two little hands held together gently. Also, in the future, tell your people to stay away from my guards. They have a blood feud that cannot be resolved. Thales looked at the little girl who was a head shorter than him and said meaningfully, "Next time, why don't you tell me about how you will be restored to the throne? You don't have to go through so much trouble to test my attitude. Istron's acting skills are too bad." Serena's red pupils contracted slightly, and she nodded. "All right, future Prince Thales, if we inherit the throne and we form the Starry Night Alliance, even though we are far apart, it is not impossible for me to marry Lee by chance." You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.